Yeah, that's right. Okay, we are waiting. While we're waiting, I will have some fruit. Good red grapes, crunchy. All organic, expensive fruit. Sometimes I do miss the nasty sprayed stuff. Pesticides give us extra taste. Oh, hi. Request cat one in paste. That's Greg, right? We were wondering, and I was thinking you are Greg, but I can't remember for sure. The only reason I think so is because you knew who was coming on. Okay, good. And I figured Kelley didn't tell anyone except for me, I think. So the only one who would probably know is someone who's a fellow. Hi, Kelley.
Hello. How are you?
Okay.
Kind of a shitty day, huh?
Shitty news day, I guess. But we'll see. I don't know. I think it'll be okay. So I'm not too worried yet.
Yeah. Good way to look at it. I don't know. Have you already told I don't want to speak for you. Have you already sort of told everyone what's going on, or?
A few people.
Okay. Well, I think, like you said, it's early, and yeah, hopefully that's a good thing. I'm sure it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So is your special guest showing up for sure tonight?
Well, I'm not 100% sure. He said he was up until right before the call, the draft Bernie call. So he said he's been on the phone all day long.
Okay.
So I said, well, if you're up for it, that's great. You don't have to stay on long. You could always, but we'll see. I don't want to be pushy and ambush him. I'd like it to be more conversational than feel like it's some grilling interview. So
Sure.
yeah, we'll see. I'm sure he'll come on another time if he doesn't now. But yeah, I kind of told a few people, so now I feel kind of silly. But like you said, I don't know. We'll see. He hasn't been saying much on the call, the draft Bernie call, which is interesting because you know how I told you that at our little party that I kind of said, well, I mean, people are still supportive of Bernie, but some people have their reservations about whether or not, come back. And so now like two other people on this call have kind of said that. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens, where it goes. But
yeah, I mean, a lot of people are just waiting and just seeing if Bernie has a long-term strategy that he's trying to fulfill. And
right.
when we don't see it turning around, we're still waiting. It's like, how long do you wait for the revolution, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And one person.
Yeah. But Daniel did make a good point. He was like, we don't even we don't need it to be Bernie that's running if he would just get help to get it started. But I don't know. I kind of like one of Jamarl's little videos where he's kind of talking about it's like pining after, I don't know if you used the word, like it's a girlfriend, boyfriend thing, like pining after someone, like, oh, please come back, come back, you know, like at some point it gets kind of ridiculous, you know, it's just time to move on.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, when I asked the group the other night, you know, I think most everybody was like, yeah, I'd be behind him if he was third party. I think we had 2 people that said maybe. And with good reason, you know.
Was it you or was it someone else that asked the question of, so if Bernie doesn't sign on, is it still draft Bernie? What happens to?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've said that. I did. I said, can't we just call it People's Party? I mean, maybe that would be better because there are people that are pissed off, you know, rightfully so. But I don't know. I didn't want Daniel to feel like we were gonna ambush him, you know. So like, it's a really, I think we all were supportive of Bernie. It's just, for me, it's just been like recently the Russia stuff, especially now that the sanctions, all that happened. It's just dangerous. It's not to be taken lightly. Did you guys watch Ed Schultz?
I used to.
Yeah.
1 second. 252 from North Carolina. Who is that?
Oh, that's Daniel, I think. Oh, no, maybe that's Greg.
Greg.
That's Greg.
Hi, Greg.
You guys hear me?
It's a little low.
Let's see. A little low?
Yeah.
Maybe I should switch from earbuds to headset.
Let's see. If it's Daniel, it will be a 724.
Okay.
That's right. I forgot because he's like from Pennsylvania or somewhere. It'll be 724. But you know, I said, look, if you're all talked out, you could always come on another night. So.
And well, one thing for Daniel's favor is I think we're more perceptive towards draft Bernie than we are for Justice Democrats and brand new Congress.
Oh gosh, yeah. Absolutely.
Anyways, I don't know who I was talking to about knives, but it was in one of these chats. So this is a Morocco knife. I think that's how you say it. It's made in Sweden. And what I like about this is that, okay, it's a full tang. Full tang means it's one whole piece. It's not just kind of like ending here where the metal is and then having a handle. You got the metal all the way going here, so it won't break. It's carbon, so it's not stainless steel. So you want to keep it coated, but you know, you're not going to carry it. You just want to take care of it. Now, the reason why I like this knife, it's more of a survival knife. It's not really for defense. You can use it for defense. It's not really for hunting. It's for, you know, breaking down twigs for kindling, sharpening things, or you know, whatever you need a knife for. But the one thing I like about it is it has a fire starter kit, so you can strike against it and create sparks. Now, this is also a knife sharpener, if you can see. So when your blade gets dull, you can sharpen on it. It's like diamond, whatever thing, so it'll keep it pretty sharp. Now, also one thing, when people do strike this, go ahead and use the back end and not the front end of the knife. I mean, you'll get more sparks this way because it's just a thinner shade of steel that'll scrape away more, but just use the end so you don't dull out that part. Now, one last thing I would mention to do is buy some paracord, like military strength paracord, and just tie it around maybe this part right here. You don't need a lot, maybe, you know, about 2 feet, and that with the 2 feet is good for paracord because you can just unravel it and tie it together, and could make it for fishing strings, because fishing is probably the biggest survival staple that you can have to survive. You're gonna need water anyways. That was my thing, and eventually, oh, go ahead.
I've got a Hanway Practical Pro coming in probably a couple of months.
Hanway Practical Pro. Hanway. Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I had a set, but I had to sell them before I moved to Germany because, of course, I couldn't take them with me. So yeah, I'll be getting back into that.
I've got a katana too. I just don't know which one I have. It's the cheapest but best kind you can actually use that holds up.
That would be Hanway. They're all Paul Chen katanas.
All right, I'll see. It's horrible that I don't remember the type of katana I have. It was more for fun, but let's.
Yeah, that's what his is mainly made for, is for practicing cutting.
I can't find it. I guess I'll find it in a bit.
Sorry. So are you trying to be intimidating on purpose?
I'm trying to be informational.
We're wielding knives here.
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to do was to show people like the basics of knife fighting, or how to defend yourself with a knife. I wanted to do it like in front of a wooden dummy, but here's the simple one. So this isn't long enough to stab someone and kill them. You want to use it to slice and cut off arteries, or just deter them enough, cut them a few times that they're not going to want to attack anymore. So what people usually do is when they attack with a knife, they extend their arm and they go all the way. That's kind of a mistake, because they can block your arm from going anywhere else, and you're kind of screwed. So when you do a knife slice, you want to bring it back center position, so you can either stab, or you can another way is it's hard to block a downward slice. And then also when you want to pull it back, you can also go like this, because the tendency to a lot of people who are like martial artists or defense is they want to try to trap your arm. So the best thing to do in this situation when someone's attacking like this is to try to dodge it rather than try to trap their arm, because if someone who knows knife fighting, they'll just bring it back, and if you're trying to trap them, they're just going to cut your wrist.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's just, I guess, something basic to say. I'm not good at technique. I'm just good at tactical situations. All right, enough scary stuff. Let's talk about current events.
I would just like to point. Can you guys hear me okay now?
A little bit better, yeah.
I'd like to point out that we can like take everything Iman just said out of context and make him say all sorts of horrific, terrifying things.
Thanks.
Like, you started that rant with something like, what I'd like to do is shoot people.
Wait a second. What did I just say? Oh, boy. I'm going to have to...
You were talking about, like, shooting a video of, I don't know.
Oh, it was a wooden dummy. I was going to show people a little bit better than just in front of a camera. That way people... I don't know. I don't have anyone to partner with for knife fighting except my daughter, and she's only 3, almost 4. She's good at knife fighting. She knows how to use the center position and block.
Okay, I'm gonna hope Daniel's still on the call, the draft call.
If I didn't scare Daniel, if I did, I'm sorry.
I feel like you're digging a deeper hole. I just knife fight with my daughter is all.
I've got these plastic fake knives, and one way to teach her is to show how much how dangerous it is. She doesn't like knives. But anyways, it's... I got you, man. Yeah.
So obviously we talk about anything here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to find what sword I have, so go ahead. After I find out what sword I have, I'll log off.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Let's see. Oh, it's a Masahiro Elite Musashi Katana.
Yeah, the Masahiros aren't bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's the cheapest that I got. It was $70. It's more of a practice katana. But
Okay,
if you want...
the Paul Chens, the good Paul Chens, they start at about $400.
Yeah. I'm not ready for practicing with actually hitting things with the $400 katana. But maybe eventually. I'd rather see how long it could go until it breaks or
Gotcha.
dulls. Hi, Forsaken. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna sit back and eat some fruit while you guys. Maybe Daniel will come on now that I'm off.
No, you ask good questions. You should come back on. But anyway, it's too dark in here, isn't it? Hang on. I'm gonna turn the light up a little bit. Sorry, I don't want to sit at the desk, so I'm over here and it's too dark.
So I do have the whole like video stream in front of me on a TV tonight, so I can like see you guys and see who's
yeah.
where. It is what's that?
Oh, I just think that's good because, people that are on the phone, if you can't see us, you're kind of not getting cues, just visual cues from everybody,
Right, yeah.
If we're twiddling
definitely
our thumbs, no, I'm just kidding. But it's just more
true.
like
It is
a conversation.
It is like a couple of seconds off from like the actual call that I'm on here, so but I think it'll be helpful still.
Oh yeah, that's true. It is.
There's a slight delay.
Yeah.
But it's not bad.
So, yeah, I do watch some Ed Schultz. I love his the Facebook Live stuff he does, and the one he did yesterday about the sanctions was really. I just encourage everybody to watch that because.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw it, Greg. I mean, you can just see how he really breaks it down, what all is going on, but you can see how upset he is over it, like how serious it is,
In less than 10 minutes, it pretty phenomenally sums up that we're just declining more and more and more in like international respect and acclaim and regard, and like we're just falling and falling and falling as a nation. And it's pretty. He's pretty beat up about it, pretty tore out of shape. Because I mean, he's a real patriot, and he loves every American. He wants what's best for everyone. And I love that guy. He's absolutely one of the best people out there, anywhere that you can listen to for your news. He's really cool, and I love those Facebook Live things too, because he's just like, and that was way shorter than most. I think he just like was really upset about all this and just didn't even feel like going on. But I love how he. Like even with his own fans, like he doesn't take any BS. If you call in and you're not ready and you don't know what you're saying, like he'll just throw you right off. Be like, I don't have time for this crap. But he's an awesome guy. I love him. He's really cool. I'd love to meet him someday.
Yeah, with the way after listening to that, I already felt this way, but it was just like he sort of reinforced everything. It was like why are all these people voting this way in Congress? Well, because they're going to go home and they don't want to face a commercial that says they weren't tough on Russia. This person didn't vote for the sanctions against Russia. And it just,
correct.
I wanted to rip my hair out at how Hillary Clinton, all because she couldn't take responsibility for what a shitty candidate she was. We're going to go to World War III. I mean, that's the downstream effects, because we've had all of the media for how many months now? Is it 9 months, 10 months now, talking about blaming Russia. And so all these Congress people are too scared because they don't want to face those commercials. And he just laid it out as it is. It just makes you furious, Like,
right. It's terrible. It's and it's like we've gone. Like for a long time, it's been a big criticism of like a terrible politician. Oh, you're putting party over country. I think we've kind of transcended that. It's gotten even worse. Now we have politicians that are just like putting it's just me over country, just the individual. And you, of course, you remember it was 98 yes and 2 no. I honestly think if you put a gun to my head and told me to guess who the 2 sane no votes were, I would guess it. We know it was Bernie and Rand, of course, the only guys in the room with a clear head that are actually able to think about the consequences and not just, oh, there's going to be attack ads. And like how well would those attack ads even work anyway? Like there's really, the people in this country are not freaking out about Russia. They just aren't. I mean, the only ones who are people who are watching tons of stupid TV news and actually believe what they see, which really isn't a lot of people. That's not what people are concerned about.
I don't know what the real numbers are, but unfortunately, it's still way too many, whatever it is. I mean,
you're right.
There are a lot of us that have woken up, but yeah, we broke down Bernie's vote on sanctions. Now, actually, I should have looked into this before. I don't know if anybody else, Greg, have you followed this? Because his vote was against it, but it wasn't that he was against the Iran sanctions. It was that he was against the Russian sanctions. It was because it was together in one.
Right, it was one bill.
Yeah.
So he was. What was he for? The Russia sanctions, but against the Iran sanctions?
Exactly. Unless that's changed again now. I should have really dug into that. So,
well, if so, I mean, he's not entirely right. I'm not for any of those sanctions, and the international community is not for those sanctions. Our allies don't want us to put those sanctions on, but we just did it anyway. And it's amazing. I think part of it really is a backlash from Trump, because you have months and months and months and months. And I think people were kind of predicting that something like this could happen, when for months and months on end, every single day, the only thing they want to talk about on the news is Russia, 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 Russia hacked the election, Russia hacked the election. And they don't even care that it's not true. And they know it's not true. But it gets the ratings or something. It pushes a narrative that allows them to avoid real problems.
Right.
That we need to be focusing on. And I think things like this are bound to happen when you're constantly acting like Trump is like Putin's little pet. Like, how do you expect him not to just kind of like attack back? I mean, I'll bomb Syria. I'll sanction Russia. I'll put more on them. I don't care. I'll show you what a real man I am. Like, and I think something similar. Yeah, I think something similar could have happened with Hillary too, because I think Hillary would have taken office and she would have kind of had this feeling like, I'm a woman, so I have to be like the most badass president ever. And then she just would have been like 10 times the war hawk Obama would have been, just because she felt she would feel she needed to be. I feel like that could. So I feel like we were just like we already knew we were screwed either way. No matter what happened in November, everybody lost. That's the bottom line. Everybody in the country.
Hillary would have been our Margaret Thatcher, and would have set the women's movement and the feminist movement back generations. It would have been horrendous. And we can't afford that. We can't afford that.
Right. Well,
I put the left to sleep like Obama did.
Whenever I hear, all this, I mean, look, I think Trump's kind of a buffoon, but whenever I hear this, he's such a narcissist. I'm sorry. If you can't take responsibility for your own failed campaign and you're willing to blame everything on Russia and take us to World War III, no, that's not a narcissistic. I mean, let this be a wake-up call to parents that don't want to teach their kids when to take responsibility for when they did something wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I just. So,
no need to apologize, Kelley.
Well, sometimes I get it on a little rant, and I kind of translate it over into parenting. I did a lot of this when the election happened, because where I live, I mean, my daughter's school had little counseling sessions for people that were upset that Hillary had lost because she's a woman. Wah. Okay, and I wanted to say, people that say this Trump is a bully, okay, and I talked to I think I said this on Tim's show, but I talked to my 12-year-old about it, and I said, who do you, let's talk about bullies, and she listens a lot, and she said, well, Trump's kind of that, and she compared it to this kid at her old school. She's like this kid, or he's like this kid. And he insults people. He does, makes eyes for Chinese people. He's just like that. You know, he just says stupid shit and insults people, and he thinks girls aren't strong and all this stuff. And she's like, but you know who's worse? And she names this girl who's like has all the half the teachers and all the parents fooled, and she's this catty little brat. And it's like, you know, I'm sorry, but that's every bit as much of a bully. Only in a lot of ways, it's worse. And that's what she said to me. She said that girl was worse. And I was like, yeah, that's a good comparison there. So I push back on that whole narrative all the time because, you know, I just think Hillary's dangerous, and the fact that we're facing this now, she must sit back so pleased watching MSNBC, watching Rachel Maddow, going, oh, you know, Russia, and Trump this and Trump that. Well, she sits back and has all of Congress, like Ed Schultz said, scared to go home to their districts where they might face a commercial that says, this guy didn't vote for the Russia sanctions. Yeah, that's my piece on that.
She's a bully in the manner of power and influence. Trump really never had any power or influence. He's just says stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean,
right.
You're not a bully. You're just the class clown idiot. That you're not even a class clown. A class clown actually has some intellect to that. You know, the guy that's making people laugh. He's the guy that's making people go, "What the fuck is this idiot talking about?" You know, right. and then you have some other person in the class going, well, I know the teachers, and if I pay off the teachers and I can get all the teachers against you, you'll have to go to the principal's office. That's Clinton. Power and influence, bullying people.
And it's this girl that would know how to needle this person to go against this other person. I mean, it's just orchestrated, unbelievable shit in the 4th grade. You wouldn't believe it. But yeah, I mean, I think could be a lot worse. And another thing, let's see, how do I put this?
I just want to say that analogy by your daughter is pretty spot on. That's a good one. Because it's when everyone likes someone and they're acting and fooling everyone, it doesn't matter what you say, they're going to be like, whatever, you're crazy. She's a sweetheart. And then, right. Anyways. Oh. Yep. Anyways, before I go, a joke. How does a seal say goodbye? See you later.
Why did that just happen?
So and it just it wrenched me. That was good.
Only one.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard James and Phoebe that joined the after. I'm not sure if Daniel's going to come on or not. If he's watching, he's probably going, what the hell are they talking about? But he said he'd been on the phone all day long. So, you know, I know all of us probably get to that point. We're kind of political junkies, but, you know, you get occasionally just like, oh, my God, I can't think about it.
Yeah.
For a day, I've just got to. So I told him no pressure. Come on another time if he's not up for it now. So
yeah, Dan works really hard, and he just got back from a vacation, and you know how that is. Like you get back from a vacation, you're ready for another one.
Yeah, he called me earlier. I was doing the Trump live stream when he called. My phone was about ready to die, but he was asking me about like being the state lead because there's only like 4 draft burning people here. I told him I think about it. He sent me some information on it and stuff. So
yeah,
he said that he was planning on joining in on the call.
Okay, good. That's good. Yeah, I was thinking about doing the North Carolina one, but I just felt like, you know, I don't know. It's a lot of responsibility, and I'm not always, you know, doing this is a little different. If I'm sick or something, you know, you guys are going to be fine without me showing up. But if I'm like in charge of organizing things and I don't show up, that's not good. So we're going to keep hosting parties, I think. But and it's just great to talk to progressive people. And like I said, have the lady show up with a Hillary for Prison t-shirt on. at my house.
I really enjoyed talking to her too. And
Oh yeah, PM was great.
I was really glad to hear her perspective on, like, basically she thinks Bernie is playing the Democrats and just squeezing the last bit of life out of them, and then, like, after the 18 midterms is when he'll join us. Like, that sounds okay to me. We gotta just keep doing what we're doing for that long, and he's just trying to, like, get some Republicans out of office, and then he's going to be on board. I guess that sounds cool. So that sounded like a better way of looking at things.
Yeah, and she knew a lot of stuff. I guess she like followed stuff about the Clintons for a long time. So she knew a lot.
Yeah. Luckily, she didn't mention Pizzagate, so hopefully she's not hopefully she's not into that stuff.
Yeah, that's a little too far for me. I decided not to go into that rabbit hole. But I don't know if does anybody else want to talk about the Ed Schultz? If you've seen it, or if you haven't, please go watch it.
What happened? Just can you give us a synopsis?
Oh, well, I did a minute ago, but it's just him. He has these great Facebook live streams. I don't know if you've seen them, but
yeah, a few, yeah.
Yeah. So, but the one yesterday was him talking about the vote for the Russia sanctions, and just, you know, how this is making the U.S., you know, we're isolating ourselves in the world, and you know, all the EU is against this, and just how it all happened, all because the Democrats didn't want to take responsibility, wanted to pass it off on Russia, and just the damage it's going to do, and how they're afraid to go home to their district and face a commercial, is the way he put it. It was very well said, but he just seemed very upset. Like, this is serious. It is serious. So.
Yeah, I've been posting that and talking about that for a long time, and millions and probably billions are just going across the world are going, what the fuck is wrong with these people? They're just nuts. They've got to be nuts. And I posted this, which is on Facebook, which is legal to do.
Hang on just a second. Let me see who's.
Oh, somebody's coming on?
Somebody's joined that has a YouTube.
Okay.
Let's
The Fly.
Hey, Greg, is that by chance?
No, it was The Fly.
Oh,
I think it was The Fly.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh,
What's
no.
The Fly?
I could hear the YouTube running in the background, so I was just not.
It's
I got the TV
The
turned way down.
Fly.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I'll just share. This is it. Farcical and flat-out lie of 2016 Russia election hacking gets bi-fucking-partisan sanctions upon Russia. What the fuck? Yeah. For the first time, let's fuck with place sanctions on a nation that has more nuclear weapons than us. Have these fucking idiots completely lost their fucking minds? You know, idiots after idiots. I put in parentheses, Congress. It's ridiculous. You know,
And,
I mean,
you know, I bring this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. I was just going.
Oh, I bring this up often with my Russian friend because, you know, I'm a Putin apologist and I have Russian friends. But my friend here that's, I just did Pilates with her a couple of hours ago. She moved here when she was like 20, so like 25 years ago or so. And, you know, she says, well, I'm anti-Russian. So, I mean, she doesn't pay as much attention as I guess as we do. But, you know, she remembers Russia in the 80s when you would go to the grocery store and there literally was nothing there. But so she's not a fan of Putin, but her husband, who's also Russian, very much is. But, you know, I always ask her about this because I'm like, you know, is he really this monster that we make him out to be? And to me, I don't really know that even matters so much in this case. I haven't studied everything Putin's ever done. I don't really care who calls me a Putin apologist. You know, I watched the Oliver Stone interviews, he doesn't come off as I don't know, he comes off as a social conservative. I mean, that's very clear. But as far like he seems very level-headed, and I don't know if any of you remember the article or the letter that he wrote. I believe it was during Obama's second term. It was like a letter to Americans. Does anybody remember that? I should post that.
I remember it. I don't know.
I'm gonna find it so we can post it up here. But I thought about this yesterday after watching the Ed Schultz thing. I was like, I want to write a letter to Putin as an American and say, I hope, thank you for your level-headedness in this situation. I don't know everything you do in your country, but just know that half of America doesn't buy this bullshit, and we don't want to go to war with you. And I hope. I don't know. It's crazy to see this way and see that Putin is being more level-headed by not reacting to our shit. I
totally agree.
He's laughing at us. He thinks it's such a joke right now. But at the same time, it's a level of tolerance. At a certain point, and I brought this up before, we continue to orchestrate and create. I'm not at the point to where we're just going in for peace and freedom. That's long gone. I've done the research. We're like I've said, war is an economy. If you've seen Dogs of War, that movie, it's kind of funny, but it's the first 2 minutes is about this guy explaining that when you see a guy that's suited up for war, all he thinks about is $17,000 in gear for that person, and multiply that by 300 million troops or whatever, a bunch of troops, and then you throw in the bombs and you throw in the gear and the launching equipment and the boats and the planes, and it's an economy. And we've been doing this for such a long time, and war is a racket by that admiral. I forget his name. You'll probably know, Bram.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, but anyway, it's just gone on too long, and it's like I said, nowadays they're just doing it right in our faces. I mean, when it's so obvious to, I'd say, the majority of the people in this country, and a great majority of people all over the world are going, so you want to put sanctions on a country because you think or you feel or you have a perception, you don't have any freaking absolute concrete facts on any of your laid claims or accusations, and they're just lies. And these countries are going to one day turn the other cheek and go, you know what, fucking get rid of them. They're just such a problem now. That's my biggest fear, is other countries just going, you know what, do whatever the fuck you want to do with those fucking idiots, because they're just out of control.
Well, there's a part where Ed Schultz also is talking about North Korea, which is very.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah, that's the other point Ed brought up. Yeah, go ahead.
You tell it, Greg.
Well, I mean, yeah, it basically just made the point, like, before this, because, North Korea, we know them as, like, the hermit nation, like, every nation across the world and all world leaders, including in, like, China, even they're, like, only what you might call something like a friend, China. Everybody's concerned about North Korea and has been for decades, and it's this problem that just, like in America, we basically, we get a new president, he kind of just tries to avoid the subject and just kind of push it down the line and let the next guy deal with it. But like, as of like a week ago, I feel like if we did this thing that like all the news media is beating the drums for and just like invaded and shock and all attacked North Korea, if we tried to do that as like a preemptive thing, why would Putin want to help out with that now? Like a month ago, maybe he would have. A week ago, maybe he would have. But as of like yesterday, I mean, if we try to fight North Korea and do something preemptive and attempt to like cut off the problem before it gets bigger or whatever, which I don't even really know that sounds like a good idea. I say just kind of leave it alone. I mean, they've always been doing this posturing thing, and it never really gets meant. Like Kim Jong-un was taught by his father, who was taught by his father, hey, you act big and bad, and like you can be left alone, basically. But it's just crazy. Like if we decide we really want to engage with them, Putin, who might have been an ally on that, like everybody should be, but now he's probably just gonna be like, hey, fuck you guys.
Well,
and who could blame him? Like,
sorry, I know everybody. We're dominating here a second. I'm gonna say this and sit back for a bit. But there's a part where Ed's talking about basically, and it's interesting from his perspective, because I know he used to be Republican. So, when he gets into talking about military and war and stuff, I mean, he knows how to explain it. I feel like he understands it better. He can sort of translate it to people like me that don't understand it all. But he said, there's not any like small strike on North Korea. If this is going to happen, they're going to need to wipe them off the map, is the way he put it. And that's scary. That's really scary to think about. So anyway, just watch it's August 1st and 2nd. I don't know if he put one out today, but they're both really great videos on just what's going on right now. So
yeah,
my,
really is. Go ahead.
My perspective on this as a veteran is that I think in a sense we need our empire and the concept of that empire to be challenged. But the problem we have is that what we definitely don't need are people putting themselves before the country, which I think is exactly what's happening. You mentioned it earlier. We've got representatives now that are putting their own needs and their own personas in front of the needs of the country, and that's exactly what we don't need. What we need are strong leaders, people who are willing to say, okay, this is what we need to do for the benefit of everybody, not just my benefit, but to benefit the country as a whole. Now we definitely do need to reduce our military because it's completely out of control. But at the same token, we don't need people who are putting themselves out in front of the needs of the country.
Mm-hmm.
So I always like to see things, or at least I try to, from a different perspective, like a camera, like I'm an alien. Like I'm an alien flying around the world. And I'm going, so this one country that's been picking fights and mingling and getting oil and resources and diamonds and whatever else they want to get their freaking greasy slimy hands on, has been for the past 240 years of their existence, the 222 of those years they've invaded countless countries and killed over 20 million people. And then everybody's just, and then this one country that's probably as scared as any other country out there from who? Why would they want to build something like Russia has, or like China has, or like all these other countries that have nuclear weapons? Do you think they just want to do it so they can just go to war with a country that has 7,000 warheads? I don't think so. But they'd like to do it just to say, hey, if you decide to throw your little greasy, greedy little hands in our business, we have no choice. And that's the perspective I see a lot of. I mean, and the other thing is, besides that, the other thing is, so other countries have nuclear weapons, but only we can have them because we know how to use them, even though we've already used 2 of them in Japan, Nagasaki and Hiroshima, twice, because we're so responsible with nuclear weapons. People perceive us as the people on the block that are the fucking crazy ones. You know what? Don't go buy that house. Okay? Because those fucking people are crazy.
The crazy ones with the biggest guns.
With the biggest guns. They've got a fucking tank in their backyard. They're fucking psychopaths. Don't litter in their yard. Don't even let your dog shit on their sidewalk. Okay? That's who we are. We're that crazy ass, non-trusting, bullying, fucking pulling out of the driveway every day, peeling out, burning rubber with no muffler or no catalytic converter, just polluting the world with big American flag, fucking giant truck cruising down the road, waking everybody up and setting off all their fucking alarms.
With things like a Hummer and an inverter plugged into your car so you can run an extra AC.
That is exactly
it.
it.
It's a similar line of discussion that made me think of that Dennis Leary song that Garden said Dennis Leary didn't write, but I'm an asshole song, because he's like, something about driving his gas guzzler, and
I've heard it.
Bro, I ended up listening to that song. It was I drive really slow in the ultra fast
don't
lane.
finish that sentence. Don't finish that sentence.
They're just pissing people off about anything they can possibly find. It's pretty funny.
And his non-biodegradable containers, and something about meat, and bring me the whole cow. I'll carve off what I want and ride the rest home, or because I'm an asshole. Yeah, that's a good song. So
That's a great song.
Should be the anthem. Should be
our national anthem.
That should be our anthem. It's very fitting.
Now, don't get me wrong. My son today just suited up for the first time in football with his football pads on, and it brought a tear to my eye. You know? And I was just awesome, because I love my football. I love my basketball. I love my baseball. I love my stadiums. I love my fast trains and cars and all that other stuff. And I really believe we do, and every country should have some kind of protection from something in the military. I think is important to have for defense.
Yeah, for defense.
For defense, and that's what it was created for. Defense.
Yeah, but spending half the country's resources basically on it's probably not a good idea.
It's insane.
Yeah, I love this country. So I was saying yesterday that I'm about saving the planet and all of its inhabitants. That's like one of my biggest goals, because I want your kids, our kids, and their kids after, and so on and so forth, to have an ocean they can swim in, a lake they can jump off a cliff on, and break something. Who knows? Or but the thing is I also want is to fix the country.
Well, it's great.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this just because I'm pissed off and I hate this fucking place. I'm pissed off because I want better leaders. I want smarter leaders. I want progressive leaders. I want people to see a better future and bring a better future. So I want to fix the country, which I'm trying to. I'm not trying to take it back. I'm just trying to, just fix a few things, to make it better for everybody.
You think about
go ahead.
Our old concept of, superheroes or whatever. They're tough, badass, but they're fighting for the right things. We've become these, I don't know.
What comic books did you read?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. None, really.
Are you saying we're the Justice League?
I don't know. I have to pull in Michael in as expert on this. Or maybe my daughter knows more than I do. But I'm just saying, sure, it's okay to be tough and all those things, but we can do it for the right reasons, That's all I'm saying. Yeah,
I don't think we've done it. We've project the media.
Whoever did that, I heard that.
Yeah, the media has projected the false narrative forever. You can go back to Vietnam, whatever. You know what I mean? Even part of like Hawaii, Pearl Harbor. I mean, and you all the research, all the studies, the history books that must be changed. But the thing is we've got to stop being that house down the street. I don't want those people down the street to lose the way they are. I want them to have a good time, and I want to seal them off. But I want them to understand there's other people in the world that they're fucking pissing off on the block. you know, and a couple of these other houses in the cul-de-sac are going to go, you know what, we're going to fucking egg that house one day. You know, that's you know what I mean? That's what I feel like is going to happen pretty soon.
So I'm wondering, I don't know if Daniel's listening at all. I'm contemplating whether or not to jump in here. But I don't know, Stevie, do you want to talk at all about what he mentioned? What would you be doing as the draft if you did do the West Virginia draft Bernie stuff?
Well, he sent me an email. I haven't had a chance to look over it yet because I don't know. Because I told him I didn't want to promise anything without knowing, you know, exactly how much time it was going to take and what it entailed and all that. Because, you know, I got my plate kind of full as it is. But, yeah, I mean, we just kind of talked about the, you know, you got actually if it's on my live stream, not his part of the conversation, but mine, because he called right in the middle of it. So,
okay.
So I can't remember exactly. I started writing down notes. I don't know what I did with them though. Yeah. But yeah, he did mention he was going to be joining us on here.
Okay.
What is he? Is he what's his name again?
His name is Daniel. I don't know I think it's pronounced Deceder. Is that right, Greg? Do you know?
Yeah, Dan Deceder. Deceder. A lot of D's.
He's the North Carolina draft Bernie rep, but he's starting to move over into doing stuff with the national campaign. Oh, and does everybody know about the thing in DC? I don't know if anybody is close enough to
There's a lot of things in DC. What now?
Oh, sorry. The thing, that's really vague. I know that was very helpful, wasn't it?
There's a lot of things in DC.
The People's Convergence Conference, which will be, let's see, the draft Bernie people and Cornell West, Kashama Sawant, Chase Iron Eyes, a couple other, Lee Camp will be there. So it's basically another conference, although I can't really tell. It seems like the conference itself and the whatever workshops, it seems a little bit smaller than the People's Summit. But they're going to like deliver stuff to Bernie's office on Friday, and they're doing a town hall on Saturday, I guess in hopes that he shows up. But yeah, just trying to get third party, traction, I guess. But yeah, we're hoping to make it to that because it's not that far for us to go.
All right, so I'd like your friend to come on because you know how I feel about Bernie. I love the guy and everything, but his silence regarding draft Bernie, the DNC fraud lawsuit, I don't really expect him to say anything about Seth Rich. But those two things, I've been asking him.
I mentioned that, the fraud lawsuit, because, I mean, if that's not resolved, how do we think that even him going third party, that's not going to be rigged? So at some point it has to be addressed. Yeah.
The other big question is if, I voted for Jill Stein. I could not, with my soul and my conscience, go to sleep that night if I voted for Hillary or fucking Trump. There's just no way.
You're here.
Like that. Completely agree.
Yes. So the thing is I want to know if there's a timeline of if it could be feasible.
What, James? You didn't want to vote for Gary Johnson?
Oh man, I was so close, but I was so close. But then I said, then I said I didn't want shit covered all over me. So, is there like a timeline of the feasibility of actually a third party, the People's Party is what they want to call it, draft Bernie for the People's Party, to make it happen in time for 18, 20, 20, I mean, when? I mean, has anybody gone over that and how it's actually going to start happening? If it would happen, when do we need to know what's going to happen? Because like I said, there's already a party out there that's almost perfect with everything we're talking about, that's been fighting like hell, but it's like I said, that has been bullied and beat down since its inception for decades.
Mm-hmm.
But now everybody wants to start to draft Bernie, but Bernie still won't. I'm with you. You know, I haven't got one of these yet from Bernie.
Right.
You know, or like or even a smile. You know, nothing. And people have been. Well, this draft Bernie's been going on for what? 6 months, 5 or 6 months, easily, right? Like since.
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah.
Not more. I mean, it was pretty
much.
much.
How can you not mention that? I don't see how you could not mention that.
Well, yeah, he should come on and talk about that. I push back on a lot of those points, James. And you know, like I said, it doesn't have to be Bernie that's running. It was good because he could, if he just gave the, you know, basically a nod to the party and passed the torch to someone else. And I meant Canova.
Yeah, the biggest thing is can it be done in time? Can it all be put together to where there's actually going to be the ability for people at the ballot to mark People's Party in time? Mm-hmm. You know, in how many states? Only 12? In 43? In 50? You know, I mean, has anybody done that research? Because I haven't seen anything like that yet.
I think 50 state is probably not a problem at this point for 2020.
But for 2018.
For 2018, I don't see it's you know, like 37 states or something. It's pretty easy. I forget it. There's a large number that the if you have a candidate that's popular enough that they could make a run of it, it would be no problem to get your signatures together. But in most states, it would be a little bit. There's like I think it's like a 3/5, 2/5 kind of cut, where there's like 2/5 of states where it's just, you know, it's like freaking impossible to get on the ballot. But over like a 3-year period, if they're working on it now, it's probably possible. I don't know, you know, what they're doing or anything, but I think, anyhow, excuse me.
So no, that's right. So what if we do this? Because I don't really think I'm just not feeling it for draft Bernie, or else he would have fucking jumped on there a long time ago. It's just my gut's telling me, or he's waiting to see what happens with Debbie Wasserman Schultz and the DNC and they fall.
I disagree with you. I think that he can't say a thing at least until 2018, because anything close to a nod, a wink, anything towards there, and he's going to be running a 4-year campaign, and he isn't interested in running a campaign.
That's a good point, bro.
That's a good point.
Damn it, broken.
You know, I mean, that was always been sort of my strategic thinking about it is that you don't want to run any more than a 2-year campaign for president, because they're going to beat you up. If you're the only target, you know, you're the target. Yeah. And if there's a whole bunch of people jumping in when you jump in, and you already got what Bernie has.
Right.
You know, I mean, anything's possible.
It's got to be 2020 then if he's going to do it. I mean,
anything's possible.
Well, see, this is why I brought up Victor Tiffany's strategy, part of which I really didn't like, because it said, you know, if you dim exited, you needed to dim enter, which sounds kind of bad. But
What are you talking about? Oh my God. Anyway,
he said, because you would basically that you would go to each candidate, and that it's basically if we can't beat the 2-party system right now, we go in and we vote for candidates based on, is this candidate, doesn't matter which party you're for, though that's usually going to be the Democrats or Green Party. I don't know. I push back on the Democrat part, but Do they adhere to all these things on the pledge, which is basically a platform? But it's it's just another approach, and they weren't real. One guy in particular wasn't real thrilled about me talking about it. But I think it's just so important that those of us that are all on the same page, that all want the same damn thing, that we don't like dig our heels in certain camps, because we're going to have to come together. Sorry, Broken. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I like sort of a right now, like I've said before, any organization you want to get involved with right now, go ahead and do it. I mean, what the hell? It's a crapshoot. Because we're going to see who has a good organization, who doesn't.
Right.
And after 2018 is when it's going to really start rolling in.
Yeah, but be open to other
groups. I would say this. Maybe I'm more cynical about my voter registration, but I kept it Democrat because, if nothing else, I want to affect the Democratic race. You know, I may vote for whomever I want to vote for. If Bernie's running third party, I may still vote in the caucus in my state. I may still, sign an affidavit or something for the caucus just to screw around with the vote. But I'm sort of, it's if that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be. I'm cool no matter what happens. But
what kind of primary process do you have there?
We have a caucus.
Caucus.
We have a caucus. So
picking the candidate process, or whatever the hell it's called in each state. Some of it's primary, some of it's caucuses.
You got to show up and invest like 8 hours minimum.
Did they try to scare anybody off? Like, oh, we're done for the day. You guys can go, and then anything like that?
It was like 7. This is in Eastern Washington, which is much redder than Western Washington, and it went 75-25 for Bernie.
Wow.
Or
Did they do a voice vote?
76-23. No, we counted heads, man, and I was one of the people, that was working with the Bernie people. I mean, we were watching the doors. Yeah, I mean, unless you were going out for a smoke, man, you better not leave. That's just the way it was until we got the final word from the boss lady that we could leave. We're staying, and we just made a statement. So I thought it worked well, but that just goes to show you the kind of, name recognition the dude has already. So,
yeah. Well, I think in the end, I've heard different things like that the Green Party doesn't want, they're digging their heels in and they're not going to come over to somewhere else. But I think in the end, when any of us are faced with with the vote, we're going to try to vote for the candidate that's most like what we want, right?
That's the way I voted since 2012. When I started voting the way I feel like, that's the way it's been. I just wait and I vote for whom I want to vote for.
I guess maybe a lot of politicians, a lot of strategists just don't realize that because we probably do still have half the country that's just, party loyalty. But there are so many of us that aren't, and we're not going to stick by that. We're going to go with the issues. We pay attention to the issues.
Yeah, well, that's the flip side, Kelley, is I'm also one of those people that's more willing to volunteer for a candidate than other people.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to do it took me day after day after day after day of pushing myself. But I knocked on every door in my legislative district because I was the only one to do it.
Wow.
And my wife actually...
Like that, huh?
What's that? Oh, yeah, because, there was nobody else to do it. And it had to, I was of the opinion that, you can't wait for somebody else to do something if you ain't willing to do it yourself. And so...
Right.
Yep.
I went out there too. I showed you guys my pictures.
Yeah.
I took those pictures.
Yeah,
I took those pictures of me because I wanted to be proud to say I canvassed for Bernie and got a blister on my foot. I did. But here's the thing about Bernie: he's going to be almost 80 years old. I mean, the guy. I don't think that's a big issue.
No.
But here's what I'd like to see in 18. What I'd like to see in 18, and I think this would be a good idea, is if the Green Party can get enough people to threaten, at least get them to threaten, to make a third party push to get at least that voice out with those other podiums and have a third podium. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? For debating? That would be, that would be epic.
If they could win that, I mean, but that's the thing. They got to start doing that kind of stuff in 2018. And so, you know, and as much as that's considered.
I think the answer is just continuing to go on alternate media. I mean, you know, they did Democracy Now! Did do those debates.
Yeah, those were good.
So, you know, I think fine if CNN doesn't want to air it, half the country isn't watching it anymore. Like I saw a clip of CNN on Twitter this morning, and I was like, huh, what is that? I haven't seen these people in like over a year now. It was just kind of alien to me. You know, like, 'cause I just don't watch it anymore.
They're so much older.
Yeah. They're still saying the same shit.
Yeah, the same shit too. Yeah. Sure.
Well, hey, I didn't get to hear what Stevie had to say about the West Virginian governor changing parties today.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, he's a pretty awful human being, and you know, he was always a Republican. He switched in 2015 to Democrat because I think it was something like 80 years or something. Like, we haven't had a Republican governor. So, you know, just to win, I'm sure he...
Yeah.
See, parties don't matter. They both want to fuck you.
And that's what I was saying. He's a billionaire. You can't tell me he's got, like, the interest of the working class at heart. You know, I don't care if he changes to Democrat. It doesn't mean anything. And, you know, I don't know why he's doing it now. Like, why right now? I'm definitely going to have to, like, research this.
Donors?
I swear to God. Huh?
Donors, maybe?
Could be.
Yeah, because, I mean, hell, the Democrats were talking about, oh, for every Democrat, blue collar, whatever we lose, we'll pick up 2 or 3 Republicans in the suburbs. And that kind of lines up with it. Oh, I'm a Republican and I'm going Democrat.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
so what they're just all, I don't know. As you were saying, Stevie.
Well, it might have something to do with, because he's trying to get all these things passed through with, he owns everything, right? I mean, he's a billionaire. So he owns coal, he owns timber, you know, all the natural resources that should belong to the people here. He owns them. And, you know, he's trying to get all these subsidies for, it's supposed to be for timber companies within the state.
So in other words, he's using political power to personally enrich himself, his family, and his companies?
It's a new idea, but he's giving it a try.
Gee, who would have guessed?
Yeah.
He's corrupt as all fuck.
What an entrepreneur.
You said that with a straight face.
I thought he was jumping in for the Trumpularity of it. You know, I thought it was, you know, just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's trying to lower the coal severance tax. He's basically taking out all the taxes that he hasn't paid yet, that he still owes millions. You know, he's basically taking the poorest people in our state, making them pay the taxes, and he just sits back and profits. I mean, he keeps telling this to people. He keeps saying, like, oh, I don't want anything for me. I don't want anything for me. But he says that in every single speech. And like, why do you have to keep reminding people of that? Like, shouldn't you? I don't know.
Because it's robbing you blind.
Shouldn't that be I thought that should just be a given, but that's
Yeah, it's like, I'm not stealing your wallet. I'm not stealing your wallet. Don't mind my hand. I'm not stealing your wallet.
I'm stealing all the stuff you're going to buy before you buy it.
Yeah.
I'm taking advantage of where you're going to put your house in 5 years, or a well you're going to drill, or any food you're going to eat. Taking advantage of everything beforehand by manipulating the political process, because he's affecting resources and redistributing things how he wants to personally benefit.
And the thing that really got me about it was not so much Jim Justice, because I mean, he's his corruption, but Joy Ann Dan Reed, she comes out like the second he switches parties, and she's like, well, he sold his mines to Russians and bought them back, in 2015, right before he switched and all this stuff. And it's just like, this is the same damn thing I've been saying. They keep wanting to call Trump out, right? And I'm just like, well, I see Hillary Clinton, I see Jim Justice, all these other people doing the same Russian thing. And why aren't they calling them out? But the second he switches over to Republican, Joanne Sellout Reed is there saying, oh, well, he has Russian connections.
Oh, my God.
That's been there.
Joanne Reed has Russian connections.
He owned mines, that his daddy gave him. And so he sold them, I think it was like 2008, 2009. Sold them to this Russian company for $600 million, but then in 2015 he bought them back for only $5 million. But then again, the price for coal was like, that had a lot to do with it, because it was worth. I guess it was worth more back then, but now nobody has any faith going to survive, supposedly, except for Trump, because he came here and is just saying, I know this for we've had record growth in West Virginia, and yet in 54 out of 55 of our counties, unemployment has gone up. How's that growth for you? It's growth for the top. It's not for the ones. They are so misleading. They are lying to people. We are not seeing growth. We're seeing more poverty, and it's pissing me off.
Yeah. All of us are pissed just as much.
Yeah.
Well, here's an interesting fact. The head of MSNBC has investments in Russia. Holy shit.
What is that? Is that true? What?
Yeah, it's true. All of the big CEOs have, they're all connected to oil. Well, there's a lot
probably
in that of Russia. So connect the dots.
Yeah, and I don't think it has so much to do with Russians as it is fossil fuels, You got two different ones feuding, because what is it, like natural gas has like fracking has driven down the need for coal. And so because Obama expanded on fracking, that's why the coal industry took such a huge hit. And so now you probably got like coal, them going after, different factions, civil war.
But the thing is, it's like, okay, why did it take a hit? Because it got undercut on price. Well, why is it getting undercut on price? Because you're selling a shit ton of coal everywhere. Why are you selling coal everywhere? It's like, okay, why do we have to sell and burn coal? I mean, there's bound to be something else we can use it for besides burning it.
Yeah, but they're not interested in that. They're not interested in anything. I mean, with the amount of money that they have, they could go out and just start a new business and be just as successful, but they don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from like a country's natural resources point of view.
Well, Greg has.
Oh no, sorry.
Greg has had some good stuff to say about this earlier. Greg, are you there? You were talking about patents.
Yeah. What's up?
You were talking about Germany.
Screwing around in the chat.
Oh, okay. You were talking about Germany and them and other countries just being ahead of us on all this green energy and just.
Oh yeah. I think I kind of remember what we were saying. Just basically, I mean, you guys probably already pretty much know this, but for years now, we've been all across the world among like the industrial superpowers, as it were. We've been kind of competing to see who's going to like create the technology that is going to run the planet in the future. And Germany and China have clearly, like everyone knows, they've taken the lead on that front, and they're kind of neck and neck. And we have just fallen farther and farther and farther behind because all we want to do is just keep drinking that oil and just think about the immediate short term for Secretary of State ExxonMobil and such. But really, ultimately, it's going to get us nowhere. And 10, 15 years from now, depending on which one wins out, I hope it'll be Germany. My money and my heart's with Germany. That's what I said to Kelley earlier. I'd like for it to be us, but I think it's kind of too late for that. But basically, Germany.
It wouldn't even matter with Germany. It's pretty small compared to how much crap we use.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is Germany, I think, is going to win out on the green technology revolution and just creating all the tech of the future that's going to sustain every country all over the world. And it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be more efficient, and it's going to be sustainable. And
what are they going to be made out of?
They create this technology and they get the patents on it. And then once they've got the patents, that's it. 10, 15, 20 years from now, we're going to be buying all this technology because we can't keep doing what we're doing forever. We already know that. Everybody, like even some of the stupidest people in our government know that. They just kind of lie about it and they get around it and they try not to talk about it. It's all short-term nonsense, what we've been doing. But in the long term, we're just going to end up having to pay a lot of money to other countries like Germany and China for the technology that we need. And that could be us if we were willing to, because we have all the resources in the freaking universe. Wealthiest country ever, we know that. If we started yesterday and just started pouring tons and tons of R&D and money in, maybe we could try to catch up. Maybe we could get some of those patents, and that'd be great for our economy. We could sell that technology, but definitely doesn't look like it's going to go that way. It's either going to be Germany or China.
Well, our main problem, and the reason what's really holding us back, and it's held us back for quite a while, is the fact that we don't see higher education in this country as an investment. We see it as a marketing opportunity. We see it as a capitalist industry.
Capitalist venture, yeah.
Right.
Totally
Germany and China do not see it that way. They see it as an investment for their future, and that's the way they treat it. And that's why they have people who are learning these skills and these technologies that is going to help to grow their economy and turn it into a green economy. That's the point.
They've been doing renewables. They've been working on solar for their entire country for a while, and the Germans are, I can't remember, the part, a lot of Germany has the same weather basically as like Portland, I mean, so the idea that they can get away with using solar and wind and we can't even be close to true. So I mean, it's just a matter of, like you're saying, it's a matter of the decision had to be made, and the lobbyists for the oil companies have blocked it at every turn. And every time we made a little bit of a bump forward, like during Carter, they instantly tore out everything. They tore out every branch and root of it. That's why they made a big deal out of Solara getting government money and lose. Who the fuck cares? You're going to lose money on these companies. That's okay. I mean,
and it ends up making money in the long run anyway.
Yes, exactly, Bram. You put that in with all the other. If you think of it as a fungible fund of money that you laid out towards the R&D and towards building factories, and suddenly you have a bigger piece of the pie, and that little bit of loss is like nothing. That's just, and not only that, we live in a country where they spent more on that loss. They spent more than that loss on, what color fucking button to put in an F-35. So,
Damn straight.
But why does it have to be a competing capitalist thing on research?
I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be.
I mean, when you're talking about energy efficiency and readily available materials and putting those two together.
Well, that's why.
You know what I mean? Because that's like energy efficiency and just renewables, and as in like solar or, well, the wind thing we can do, but the biggest problem with that is, like Snork was saying, the neodymium, for magnets. That was the biggest problem with the wind and a couple things.
And
there's really ways around that, but that's why solar's kind of nice because you don't use that, and hydro's cool because you don't use that, and any type of kinetic energy storage.
Whatever Brian was saying is right, that we have that most of these, so many of drugs and so many other things are discovered in universities, and they're monetized in corporations. Right. But a lot of these discoveries, the things that are discovered that push,
that make it possible to make the product. To do the thing in the first place. Yeah,
exactly. That make an application possible. So you can apply that technology somewhere. That technology should be, originate with nobody. That should be just.
Especially if it's kind of a betterment on a wide scale sort of thing.
It certainly, you have to consider it as national security. If we're sending people to go die in a foreign country over national security, you can't tell me that the idea of investing in here to make it so that we don't have to do that isn't a bad idea. So I mean, that's where I'm at with it. I think that we're way behind, but if we pour money into things, we're the United States. We could figure out a way to, if nothing else, profit off of it. But, hopefully, I don't care who we're buying it off of. Quite frankly, at this point, nobody else seems to fucking care anymore. So,
that implies they want to sell it. Like sell them, because there's only a set amount of the stuff, and I know China does a lot of the refining. And
that's why
you got to think of getting all these materials, using them all, the big pile of waste it makes from doing it, and then you're trying to expend enough energy to make something that you've built up enough knowledge base on to reduce the amount of energy and compensate for what you used for it on a longer period.
Well, China has been investing dollars in Africa. All over, or spending money in Africa, left and right, to buy up rights towards things, and rather than take them at a gunpoint. We built a drone.
Who's selling Africa? Who's selling off chunks of Africa? Who are these people?
Well, that's the thing.
What
we just
I know some of those countries.
Kevin, hold it, Kevin. We just built a drone base in Africa. It matters not who made that deal, because the next guy will sign a deal with us. That's the way that we seem to deal with things now. So, I mean, that's the way I look at it. That's the two competing models there. One of them tries to be sort of straightforward and honest and just buy up stuff, and the other one takes it at gunpoint,
Yeah.
Yeah, from what I hear, China has been kind of quietly putting like billions into infrastructure all over the world, just kind of expanding their reach. I think probably focused on green technology, I guess. So, like I said, I in the battle between Germany and China, I feel like I'd prefer Germany wins that one out, but it really might be China because they seem really serious about it. And they're really aggressively pushing towards just a straight up green revolution. But we'll see.
Well, I think they put the resources towards it, and I think they're already getting the materials out. So it's, you know, some of it is just a matter of who will have the actual raw materials on hand, and they'll have them, you know, before we can get set up and start extracting.
I believe we already have a rare earth mine near or in California. It's just not at full operation, and it still has problems separating out specific materials. To what I know of, I forget the name. I'm pretty sure it's in California. It's right in the lower part of it, near like kind of Mexico area, or in that general direction.
Well, how much do we get back from recycling?
We don't recycle. That's why we have landfills.
Well,
I mean, we can probably get a lot back, but the thing is, you need an energy input into it. And doing like solar thermal or geothermal, you know, in large scale things, and attaching one of those recycling plants near it or onto it would probably be a great idea, because then you got trash management. You're generating resources or reusing. You're having energy that you can use to do it. You know, you're making it as best as you possibly can. Yeah.
I know that here they have pretty much in Washington State, you take it in. You know, anything like that, you take into recycling center. Or I don't know. They may take it with your recycling on the curb, but you have to keep it separate. But
so you have like trash can recycling sort of thing.
Well, like where I used to live, it used to be you took it out to the where it was like one of the transfer stations for the trucks, garbage trucks, and then attached to it was the recycling area, and they had like inmates doing that. You know, but what they would do is just basically taking the stuff and throwing them on a cart, throwing them on pallets, and you know, just shrink wrapping them up. That was like what they were doing. Looked like to me, it's just separating the pieces and, you know, sending certain pieces to certain areas.
That's why I kind of wish it's like if the whole country was set up like, okay, everybody had some sort of food waste disposal thing and a biodigester replacement for a septic tank on their house. You know, then you cover all your food waste, and that eliminates that from going into a landfill. And then you'd only need a metal container, plastic container, and, you know, just, you know, like for recycling wise, because the sorting process is a pain in the ass. That's the biggest thing about recycling that I know of, is like just getting all the things broken apart, especially if they're all smashed up and shit.
So Michael was just showing me an article from The Guardian, like 4 years old. I was trying to get him to talk about it, but he's trying to work. Too bad Troxney's not on here, because it was about Norway. Wait, he's in Norway, right? Yeah, Norway.
Yeah.
You know, basically importing trash to burn for energy. So
that's crazy. That's kind of dumb.
You know how, Kelley, you know, I was looking at like all kinds of schools like all over the world earlier and different study programs. I don't remember which country it was. It might have been Norway, but there was one that I was looking at. You know, they're kind of just like rattling off I think it was Norway. They're just like rattling off facts about like amazing things about their country. And I read that like not only does 99% of all their garbage never end up in a landfill, but they gave the number of like how many like pounds or whatever of food are wasted every day there.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's not wasted because they take like the scraps of the food, and somehow or other they turn it into like biofuel. So
you can turn food waste anything from oil to gas to fertilizer to compost.
Yeah, so they're doing incredible things all over the world, and we're just, I don't know what the hell we're doing here. We're just screwing around trying to make more profits for the oil companies.
You know, I was trying.
Well, you could take food waste and make it into eggs if you got the chickens.
Yeah,
That's
I
kind of
was-
interesting.
Chickens will eat just about anything you throw in there, and they'll
as long as it's not
crap out.
poisonous.
They crap out eggs.
Oh
Does
yeah, that's a good
anybody-
point. Yeah, I actually have a few like 7 or so at our house, and yeah, they'll eat almost anything you can feed to them. That's true.
Yeah, and then the chicken crap you can still use because they shit out eggs, but they also shit out shit.
We also would take and crack up the eggs, smash them up, and throw them in there too, because that's good for them.
All the green
Eggshells are pretty good for making compost. I think what the hell do they have in them? I think it's calcium or something like that. They take a long time to break down, though. That's a downside.
It does make you wonder why more have, I don't know, money grubbing politicians and those types haven't seen the green energy, businesses. Yeah, these other countries are passing us in that. And why don't they want to jump in on it and make money off of it? And I was trying to remember, I'll dig it up, but maybe if anybody else happens to remember, you can make this faster. There's a guy that was out. He's a politician, but I can picture his face. Can't remember his name right now. He was out at the Dakota Access Pipeline, and he was talking about how the whole reason that they don't is they're all too invested in oil, which is obvious. But just to hear him actually say it was, I can't remember his name. I'm going to find it. But I'd mention it in case anybody else happened to remember that.
Well, yeah, they're everybody's so all their finances are so interwoven together that they kind of have a contract with each other not to destabilize anything because it would hurt them all. They make sure of that.
Right. I can't remember who it was. It was Robert Kennedy. Yeah, that's right. It was Robert Kennedy. So he said that. Yeah, just to actually hear somebody of that, kind of prominence actually say it. The whole reason they're not going to do anything about this is they're all, invested in it in one way or another. So, yeah, I think it was...
That sounds right, Robert Kennedy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what it was.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Jr., yes, thank you.
A mysterious plane crash at that.
Oh.
No, that was
John Kennedy.
John.
Yeah.
Still, that was bullshit too. That was,
I'm going to bed, everyone.
Okay. Nighty
night.
Night, Bram.
Good night.
Night, Bram.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, man.
Good night.
Well, sorry everyone that Daniel wasn't up for coming on. I think he will another time if Ebon isn't, wielding knives at the beginning. Just kidding. Just kidding, Ebon, if you're listening.
Oh, remember? Yeah, sorry. Remember I was saying about Hard Bastard coming on sometime?
Uh-huh.
He said, yeah, I'll try sometime. Well, I sent you an email and a response.
Yeah, I just saw it.
He's just getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if he'll ever come on. I left the invite for him. I've also invited Insane. I'd like to see Zune Politics or Holly come on. You know what? Who else do I think? Oh, and then Cabin Talk. Asked her to come on.
That would be good.
I know Kevin has questions about her chemtrails. And just whoever. And when they come on, they come on. I'm very stoked that Jamal. Oh, and the kid from the Humanist Report.
Oh yeah.
And become so. I'm inviting people, and if they do come on, they come in. If not, you know what? We're picking up a few people every week. It seems.
Well,
I'd like to see Elizabeth Beck come on and just not talk. Just talk about anything but the DNC lawsuit. Just to talk about everything but,
That would be cool. I bet you.
We could call it a night off for Elizabeth. Anybody ask her a question, and they get they'll get blanked out for the night.
Yeah, don't even.
Time out.
There's a no nonsense rule for the night.
It's one of those. Don't even talk about it.
Hey, Abby, you turn the poll.
Well,
you know, the thing about having people on, you know, guests like that, I mean, I really would just wanted Daniel to sort of get a feel for the group and kind of, because I think we're a good representative sample of, I mean, we are all Bernie, I think. We're all Bernie supporters, everybody that I know of. So I think, you know, for that reason alone, would be good.
I still have a corner of my heart for him. Tiny little speckly little tiny corner.
Like the Grinch heart.
Yeah. Yes.
But I don't know. I think if, in a way, while it would be certainly cool to have people make stealth appearances here, I don't want to change the flavor of it too much. I don't know. People then feel like, I'm sure any of those, or the bigger name people would be concerned. Oh no, there's a clip. Then there's a clip of me saying this. Like this is supposed to be just loose, anything you want us to talk about. So I don't know. It would definitely be cool if we have people that have important things to say come on. But part of what I really like about this is that, you know, it's all of our voices, I think, matter equally as much as some, you know, indie media star person. But that's just me. Right? Like I broken.
I'm up for it.
On here right now.
What's that?
I look up and the only video is you broken. So I guess it's just us right now. No, I mean
I'm still
no. I see what you're saying. I'm seeing.
I'm listening.
Oh, everybody's
well, no. I'm cool. Whatever. I just don't fuck with it. I don't mess with it.
I love hearing what all of you guys have to say. You know, as
Milton
much.
Carpenter's preoccupied at the current moment, I think.
Okay.
Oh, my hands are free.
Okay.
I'll put my lighter down.
I see that lighter.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
You know, if any politicians running right now had a freaking brain in their head, they'd be watching things like this to see what regular people that are going to go to the voting booth have to say and have to think about stuff. Here's your focus group.
Here. I gotta get this in.
Yes.
Regular. That's funny.
I've talked about how in Washington State you walk into a well-lit store and you get this customer service like you never seen, all that good stuff when you go into a pot store. I saw something I ain't never seen before at a regular store. I see a bud tender conversing with the guy in front of me in sign language so he can get his pot.
Cool.
So
Does yours have complimentary coffee and donuts too?
No, they don't have complimentary coffee and donuts, but they do have like all kinds of cookies, or they got a little bit of everything. They just have complimentary anything.
Ours get a lot more business.
Yeah,
they're pretty nice to the customers.
Actually, they're pretty. I mean, they do. You know, it's like it does as brisk business as any liquor store I've seen. You know.
Are you talking about like the edibles? Is that?
Oh yeah, they sell edibles and they sell soda and they sell tinctures and they sell a little bit of everything there. You know, if it's made out of pot, they sell it, and if you need it to smoke it, or you know, they got that probably.
If we could get on that topic, we did that one really late one night. Who was the guy that was on? I think he was from like Missouri or somewhere. It's about a month ago. I can't remember who was talking about that. I think Kevin was on. Do you remember the guy that came on briefly from Missouri? I think he worked in like some kind of social services, and he was very pro legalization. Well, I think we all are. But I had a few things to say about as a mom, I think I have a little bit of a different view on just age, like, and when it can be detrimental. But I don't think it's worse than alcohol.
The age here is 21. So I mean, it's the same as alcohol.
Yeah. Okay.
And they card you. I mean, and no dealer cards you.
Mm-hmm.
They let you smoke at 18. Why not smoke a joint?
Well, actually, I don't know. I just heard that there's some movement go forward to try to push for 21 for smoking.
Well, I don't know. Any other parents here want to chime in on that? We can get on that topic.
I mean, I don't, 21's fine. I mean, whenever, let's put it this way. If you're going to have you got to have the same rule for alcohol then, because alcohol does tons more damage to the developing brain than pot does.
Oh, yeah.
Who's old enough to remember when alcohol, the age was 18?
I can remember.
I just barely remember that, and I don't know why I remember it. I was like 9, I think. But
it was 18 in Florida for the longest time. They were like the last holdout.
Okay. I don't know, I was somewhere in the South, but I remember being like 9, and that for some reason I knew that. I don't know why, but it was 18 at that point. So that would have been like maybe 1980. That sounds
actually it was legal to buy beer. They called it 3-2, but in actuality, because they did one by volume and one by weight, it's almost the exact same thing. They did. Anyhow, the beer they'd sell at the store and stuff in Colorado was that way.
Now in Pennsylvania, though, you can't buy any alcohol like at a grocery store, right? Like they don't have even.
Yeah, right. You got to go to a bar, you can buy a 6-pack. You got to go to a distributor, you can buy a case. You could go to the liquor store to buy liquor, and I don't know. I think I heard they might have allowed wine to be sold at other places, but I don't know about that. But probably, you buy your wine at the liquor store, which was a real pain because they never kept the Pennsylvania liquor board didn't have wine people sitting on, So once you filled up the shelf with your, the 4-gallon jugs of Carlo Rossi and all that stuff, once you did that, then you had to pick and choose between what else they were going to have.
Oh my God, the crap my grandfather used to drink. He had the red wine, later in his years, he would drink the really cheap, the gallon stuff with the handle on it. So, when he passed away, one of his very good buddies' son had a party, and we brought his jug of wine that hadn't been opened yet, that was left, and put a bow on it. And it was a good kind of joke because their dad and he were like drinking buddies back in the day. So yeah. I'm getting personal. James, jump in here. Telling personal stories.
Well, I thought that was telling stories was okay.
Yeah.
Stories to make points.
I think so. But I think he just means getting personal in different ways.
Yeah. Oh, I know you mean. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not going to tell anything I wouldn't tell anybody, because it is recorded on YouTube. But
this is all documented, so I'm just letting you guys know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what they're going to do to my now deceased grandfather and his friend that smuggled rum from Bimini over to wherever they were on his little plane back in whatever year that was. There was a family story that I referenced in his eulogy but it was something that I wasn't really supposed to know.
I'm sure Broken and I got a few stories from the past, but we shouldn't be talking about.
Oh, hell spell.
Oh, it's past the 7-year thing where you can actually get caught for it. Don't worry.
I mean, I pretty much talked about everything I've done, every kind of drug I've ever done. So, and if you got a new one, I haven't brought up yet. Maybe I might have tried it at some point and not liked it, but
the funnest thing we used to do as kids, I just got to say this, it still amazes me to this day, is we used to go in the back cage of a grocery store and take bottles, recyclable bottles, stick them in the shopping cart of the same grocery store, and go around and turn them back in. We get like $20. We just live off of Twinkies and Ruffles and freaking. It was so bad.
I knew dudes who used to pull that one too. Yeah, I never did that one myself, but yeah, I do get guys that got away with that one.
Hey, hi Cheryl.
Hello.
Hey, Cheryl.
Hey, bro.
How much easier and cheaper would it have been and less wasteful just to give the kids a job? Like just a little something they can do, mow the yard, do so much easier than, I'm going to go grab pop cans and return them.
Wow, when we were kids, that was a good job.
No, I mean, from like what James says, from back inside the store. That when we were pop cans, that was grabbing shit from in the store and just sticking it in the machines to get money.
But when I was a kid, just about everything you bought was returnable, except for cans. Everything was returnable.
Yep.
And cans were like tin cans, man.
Yeah.
You didn't just smash them with 2 fingers or nothing unless you're Hulk Hogan.
No. Yeah.
Speaking of like mowing lawns and kids doing that kind of work, I saw, I think it was on Facebook. My husband has Facebook. I can't remember. Did anybody hear the story? So I don't know how old it is because Facebook recycles stuff. But there was a kid that was like kind of assaulted by a cop because they said there was a string of robberies in the neighborhood or something. And
yeah, that was up here in the county. I remember that.
Was it? Okay,
yeah.
So they were mowing lawns and stuff, and he was going around giving out his card, right?
Yeah.
And the cop
they came and harassed him. I forgot all what happened. That was a while ago.
Okay. Hey, was he black?
Yep.
Oh wow, that's very surprising.
Yeah, so this is what Facebook. I never know how old the story is, so I just saw it like a week ago, maybe, but it's probably old.
No, it wasn't a week ago.
Yeah.
So speaking of working, there was a time we used to make skateboard ramps. I mean, we used to make epic half pipes. They were up to like 12 feet tall with the top of them had, a surface where you could hang up. I mean, but where we got our wood was just around the corner down the street where they were building a bunch of apartments.
Oh God, you looted a property.
So hold on. So the foreman pulls up. We didn't know who this guy was. We just thought some construction worker. He goes, "Hey, kids, come over here for a sec." We're like, "Hey, what is it, man?" And he's like, "See this wood? That's got my stamp on it. You guys are stealing." And we're like, "Oh, we didn't do this." And he goes, "I'll tell you what. Instead of me calling the police, I'm going to make you guys work for this." So for the entire from that, it was probably like 9:30 or 10. We worked till about 5 or 6. I mean, busting our ass.
How old were you, and what kind of work specifically?
It was construction, just cleaning, sweeping, carrying, moving blocks, just doing all. There was like 8 of us that were doing
more. Sometimes, so it wasn't just like here's a nail gun, get to work.
No, it was all labor. It was labor stuff.
Yeah, because. Yeah, I mean, you got to be sure, like anybody you employ or get to work for you, they're not going to injure themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we did such a good job. We did such a good job that he came back. He goes, "You guys need some wood?" And we made a half pipe after that, like a full half pipe. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
well, we put an addition on our fort. We had like a 2-mile hike across fields through the, through. I remember that. I remember vividly. It was at night. It was hot. It was the summertime, and we're all walking across the field, and to go there. And all of a sudden, like, it was me and another guy, and we walked right up on a skunk in the middle of the field. And I mean, it was like skunk, and everybody. I mean, because the last thing, as long as you get away from the thing before it turns, you're all right. I mean, I guess I could have been more devilish about it, just sort of tiptoed away and let everybody else walk into it. But
yeah, you don't have to outrun the skunk. You just have to trip the person in front of you.
Yeah. Well, I also remember us carrying, like, each of us carrying like 2 or 3 sheets. 2 guys carrying 2 or 3 sheets. Across this field. It's like, we paid for every sheet of plywood that we got put on that thing. Yeah, let's put it that way.
Did you hear my story one night? I was telling a similar thing. It was really late, though. I don't remember who was on. We lived in this subdivision that was still being built out, and I honestly didn't know at first, but my sister, who was like 4 years younger, we were building a tree house. So I was the general contractor. And and we built this tree house, and she and her friends would go off and bring scraps from the other construction sites until we had, like, it was insulated with carpet on the walls and inside until the HOA told us we had to tear it down. But they were getting like stuff that was not scrap.
I don't really see. There's not too many. I mean, when I was a kid, there's places to go everywhere. I mean, if you live around here, everything along, it's really sad. Is my grandfather used to go out here. This all used to be trees and strawberry fields and orange groves and avocado groves and blah 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 blah. And now I'm saying the same freaking thing. To my boys. And the thing is honestly, I just don't see much of where kids can go these days. The only place I ever see them is playing video games or maybe the pool. But I mean, we used to just, when I was a kid, it's like, all right, when the street lights go on, you got to come in. That was it. I think everybody went through that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is I don't see them. I never see kids like walking around that much. I don't see them do anything or going on. I mean, we used to do the craziest shit. There's just not much around. Everything's so built and so industrialized, and condos and housing tracts. I
think it was also our parents' generation just didn't worry about it. They're like, "Oh, please go get out of my hair," Yeah,
just go away so I can drink my wine.
Yeah.
You got home, and you changed out of your school clothes and put on your play clothes, which were the old school clothes with patches on them.
Yeah.
They were the Sears, what do they call them? Tough skins. They were like really, really hard blue jeans, and you'd wear them until the knees would wear out, and then they put patches on your play clothes. But your mom then would just say, "Get out of the house," and that was it until the street light came on.
Yeah.
Get out of the house.
I was never allowed to wander very far, so there wasn't the street light thing. It was just okay, it's
Well, we had.
Well, that's when Western clothes was made in America too. They last and wore out longer.
Well, we lived in the country, so we'd stay up past when this light came on, and we'd play kick the can and stuff in the dark, And I mean,
hey, Stevie, did you want to jump in?
I mean, like, my hometown of Marmet used to be like the wealthiest city or town in West Virginia. We had a drive-in movie theater. We had all these things. I know back in the 80s we had there's a pool, a community pool. They filled it in. We had a rec center that they use now just for bingo games from the mayor. I mean, an arcade that got shut down. I mean, everything that was there for entertainment. Even when I was a kid, we had like this. It was kind of like a music place for kids to hang out, where live bands would go and play, and kids would go down there, and it would be something that could be safe for them to do. And because of noise complaints from everybody, it got shut down. I mean, every time we get something, it gets shut down, and then they wonder why people do drugs. It's like, well, I mean, there's only so many times you can go to the movie theater,
Exactly.
There's nothing.
That makes me think of a commercial that was running for a while. It was like, these kids almost stayed out of trouble. These kids almost, it was like community, whatever, this park was almost built and all this kind of stuff. And I think it was actually Sheridan was in Detroit, and he interviewed some people down, closer to inner city Detroit, where, they used to have these different rec centers and things like that for kids to do. And they're all gone. They're all shut down.
I mean, the school programs are getting cut to where they don't have like third base and these after school things, that you can't let your kids out because, everything's gone back to, it's drug deals everywhere, and you don't want your kids doing drugs, so you gotta lock them up in the house. And it's not anything like it used to be, and that was just 10, 15 years ago.
No, I mean, and when we were kids, they didn't. It was like by the time, like, I don't know, I was 12 or so, my parents had started getting used to the idea that I went out and slept out in the woods overnight, that kind of thing. So it wasn't like, it was like they were used to it. By the time I had junior high, then, we hung out at the river or did whatever we wanted to do for the whole weekend and drank and, raced out and everything. And then came home, so, called my mom every night, and then came. And that was always like you had to go to an actual like phone booth to make a call. So it wasn't like you could stay by the river and give a call to your mom. You actually had to like go to town, get a quarter, and make a call, get a dime at one point, anyhow. It was, so it was different. It was definitely a lot different. But yeah, I mean, it has gotten, I mean, the world has changed a lot too, and so is like what the kids can, the kids' world is sort of become more online and stuff. So
yeah, isn't that strange? It's we could say, the world's gotten so much bigger because you can go online and look up anything, right? We have an here somewhere.
Well, I mean,
you guys hear this?
It would be rather hypocritical of us sitting around in a chat, in this kind of situation.
But we're not kids.
We could be sitting at a bar somewhere and talking to other people or, whatever, but we aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not kids. I think kids need to get out and play and do stuff.
Oh, me too.
When I see a parent hand a phone to a toddler to shut them up, I'm just like, God.
I agree with that. That's irritating. It's like, go play with this phone. Leave me alone. Oh, it's messed up.
It's programming them for programming very early on. Like, I know how to start this thing.
Part of it also is just the regular sort of thing where you got to let your kids go out and make mistakes, so they can learn. Otherwise, they got to learn them all at once.
Yeah, as one of the younger people that calls in here, I definitely would say, like, I think it's great in a way that we got the internet for kids nowadays, and they can learn so much from technology, and it's such an amazing rate. We got like children that can do programming and all kinds of amazing things, but at the same time, it really bugs me how it's just an everyday thing. If you go out in public, you see children basically being raised by like their little tablets, and it can't be healthy. That, like, I definitely know kids that spend so much time just on a tablet, just like Minecraft, YouTube, whatever, and they're not really doing anything productive. They're just like distracting themselves from life, and I kind of sympathize with that because I'm a gamer myself. But I mean, their kids really need to be like out and actually playing like they were doing for all of human history, and not just constantly on a screen. It's definitely a balance needs to be struck, and I think like some parents do like they have like a set amount of screen time that a kid gets per day, and I think that's probably not a bad idea if you can make it work, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's what I have to do with my son on his Kindle and stuff, because I mean, of course, I mean, if I let him, it'd be 24/7. But you know, it's yeah, he has to read like a certain amount of books or something like that, you know, before he can even do like some of the other stuff, like the fun stuff.
Yes, yeah, that's great. Because if you let them, they'll just spend all day, every day on those things. Because I mean, it's the internet; everything is there. I mean, at least until they, destroy internet with FCC, net neutrality. There's just so much there. They can do whatever they want. The whole world is there, but ultimately, it's just a little device in your hand, and it's kind of unhealthy to try to live there.
But they have taken gym out of school. Not gym, recess out of school.
Yeah, did anybody mention, and just to add, my school never had recess, but
really?
Yeah, in grade school we used to go home for lunch because the school was just in the neighborhood, but we never had recess. It was morning.
Yeah, I remember we used to do that, and we had recess. I couldn't wait to play double dutch.
Well, we didn't have it. Just classes all morning till lunchtime, and then classes afternoon till time to leave. But I was going to say, when people were talking about, I don't know if anybody brought up about the mothers that were, I don't know, it was like 2 mothers arrested for leaving their kids in a toy store in the mall while they shopped. I mean, I was kind of sheltered and everything too, but even that would have been a bit much, to not be able to just, stay in a toy store or stay in the toy department or whatever while, the adults were shopping. And that seemed kind of extreme to me.
How old were they? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Maybe like 7 and 8, something like that. I don't remember for sure.
You mean let the kids stay in the toy department by themselves while they go shopping?
Yeah, well, there was like a Lego store in a mall, and they told their kids to stay there and play while they shopped around the mall for a couple hours.
That's crazy. Your kid could get snatched. That's what happened to that boy Adam. John Walsh's son.
Mhm. Yeah, like my mom used to do that kind of stuff with me all the time. Like by the time I was like 11 or 12, I was already riding like the public buses, and at 10 I was already going in and paying bills and going to the grocery store like by myself. Like I don't know, but she knew I didn't really want to go anywhere else, so it wasn't like I was going to get in the van with a stranger, because I'd tell them just to F off, I'm going home, basically. So yeah, I mean, but things were different back then.
Yeah, I think for our generation, like our parents, stuff happened and it wasn't all over the news. Like I remember as a new parent, I just happened to catch the Adam Walsh story, and learned that he was just in a Sears store when he was taken. So all of a sudden we're like hyper aware of all those things that could happen, even though they're very, very rare. So Greg has to go, but he wants to do a funny thing he did on Saturday when he was here for the burn storm thing. It's really funny. So
yeah, you guys y'all just keep chatting. Give me like 5 minutes or so here.
Okay.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of extreme to arrest them rather than just, like get hold of the mothers even and say, you shouldn't really do this and everything, but to arrest them for it, that's just to me going a little too far.
Yeah, it shows how our cultural norms have changed. There was another case not too long ago, I think it was in Maryland, where the mother let the kids walk home from the playground. It was a big debate because they were calling it free range parenting or something. But they were pretty young. I mean, I think age, has a lot to do with it. But yeah, I mean, in the 70s and 80s, being left in a toy store, nobody would have even said a thing.
Yeah, but that thing about those parents that let their kid walk home and stuff, their kids had a phone, their kids knew the way home. Like every rule in the book, the kids knew. So it wasn't like you were just throwing them out into the wilderness. They actually kind of, that it was the kind of thing where, yeah, I probably would have let my kids do the same thing, depending on where we were. But we were those kind of,
Yeah. I think it's
let Greg
we
give his
wouldn't have
joke before he
wouldn't have
jokes.
called it a fancy name. I know we wouldn't have said it was free range kids. We would have said y'all can walk home,
Yeah. Well, it just shows how things have changed.
Well, you got two. You got the free range kids, and then you got the helicopter parents. Yeah, kind of got either one to the extreme is kind of crazy.
Okay, I just looked at the age. There were two incidents. One was someone left a 10-year-old in the Lego store, and then there was another incident where two sisters left their kids who were 7 and 9 in the Lego store. So it's not like they're leaving 3 and 4-year-olds alone, and
yeah. What were
these
you
are kids who might be old enough to know shout and scream if a stranger, comes and that.
I don't know. 7 is a bit.
If they're anything like the 7, 8, and 9-year-olds around here, they'll scream, yell, and punch somebody in the nuts and run off.
Yeah, well, the 7 and 9-year-old were left together.
Some of those kids are a little nuts, or they'll bounce off the walls.
But the 7 and 9-year-old were left together. They were cousins. They were left together to play.
Hey, Shirley. Oh, she left. Shirley, were you going to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say let Greg tell his joke before he leaves.
Oh, yeah. He's gathering up.
I'm gathering source material. Just a couple more minutes here.
It's very funny.
Yeah, I know what I hate to see. I hate to see women with kids, and that's here in the inner city, and they cursing at their children. I mean, they be tired of telling them to shut the F up, bring your A on. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't talk to my kids like that. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's like I said, I could swear all day. I mean, and that was just the way I carpentered, I guess. But I'd swear all day, but as soon as I got home, I'd shut it off. I mean, I could just, I pretty much had to. And I mean, I'm certain things slipped out here and there, but not like, no, not like you're saying.
You make the effort, I guess, to not do that. I think
and then these young women with kids, they be walking around with their kids, little kids, young kids. I mean, like, they may be about 5, just walking outside and just all into their cell phone. The kids walking way behind them. I'm like, Lord, why ain't I keeping up with their kids? I always had my kids by their hand.
Yeah. Well, like anything, there's always different sides of the story. I mean, I think a lot of people, a lot of parents, single parents especially, are under like extreme stress. And, you certainly can't be your best parenting self when you're under that kind of stress. But if then again, other people are just doing that because, I don't know. Because that's just how
I was a single
all the
parent
time.
at one time, but cell phones wasn't out then. But I made sure I had my kids held my daughter's hand all the time.
Yeah.
So And
Okay,
I
guys.
wouldn't let it.
You
Ready,
got it?
Greg?
Okay, go, Greg.
Yeah, I think I'm all set now. All right,
Rock
everyone.
and roll, buddy.
You guys all hear me fine?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a little game I came up with, and as I said to Kelley and them the other night, like, totally not one to toot my own horn, but I think this is one of the most clever ideas I've ever had. I call this game, and this will be the biggest group I've played it with too, so this is cool. I call this game Iron Mike or Donnie Tiny Hand. And what I will do is read off some quotes, some insane, shocking, freaky, scary, confusing quotes, and it'll be up to you guys to determine, I guess, through democracy, whether Mike Tyson said it or Donald Trump said it. That sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. Okay, so let's get started. All right.
I'll be quiet since I might have heard some.
Yeah, you'll know some for sure. Quote: "I just want to conquer people and their souls."
Mike
Donald Trump.
That's Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson.
Well,
I just want to say Trump for the hell of it.
I was gonna say Trump, but you know, if everybody else thinks it's, I don't know. I thought it was Trump.
I'm gonna go Tyson.
So who's saying what?
Okay, Mike Tyson.
How many votes you got?
I gotta go with
Raise your
What do you
hand.
think, Stevie?
I think it's
Stevie?
Tyson.
1,
What do you
2.
think, Shirley?
How do you raise your hand?
Tyson.
Carpenter?
I say Trump.
Okay. That
Okay.
one was
I'm
Mike
saying
Tyson.
Trump too.
I'm saying Tyson.
No, that one was Tyson. That's
Tyson.
Tyson. All right.
Okay.
Let's get another one.
It was Tyson.
Who was it?
While I'm getting here, I'm putting it on speaker.
Yeah, it was on
Who's
Tyson.
gonna play it?
That was Tyson.
I bet a bunch of you guys will probably know this one. You'll probably recognize this one. You still hear me okay?
Wait, was that one with Tyson?
Yeah, that last one was Mike Tyson.
Okay.
I'm the most brutal and rude. No, I just want to conquer people and their souls. That was Tyson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back when he was the guy the country both loved and feared all at the same time.
He was a psycho, man.
He was really messed up. Yeah. All right. So here's another. You guys recognize this one. Happy New Year to all, including to my many enemies and those who have fought me and lost so badly they just don't know what to do. Love.
Trump.
Trump.
Yeah, it's gotta be Trump.
No.
Okay,
Thank you,
good
Trump.
That one was definitely Trump. That was a New Year's tweet. That was his way
Last
of bringing
year.
the country together on New Year's.
Yeah.
The losers. Okay.
This
Next.
is funny.
All right, ready?
Yes.
Quote: Robert Pattinson should not take back Kristen Stewart. She cheated on him like a dog and will do it again. Just watch. He can do much better. Much better.
Only Trump could be that.
Yeah.
That was Trump. That was Trump.
Yeah. That's Trump all day long, guys. Okay. Let's get
Even though I'm
another.
not sure who Robert Christensen is or whatever. Robert Pattinson.
Pattinson, the
Yeah.
Twilight guy.
Oh. But it sounded Trumpy.
Right. That's why I think this is fun, because some of them, like, you really think they could go either way. All right. How about this one? Quote: The beauty of me is that I'm very rich.
Trump.
You know, you should get some stuff.
Tyson.
Yeah, Tyson.
You should get stuff from Gary Busey and compare it too.
Oh, Gary Busey, what the hell?
Yeah, I could probably make that work. Okay, so that one was Trump. The beauty of me is that I'm very rich. All right, how about quote, the point is you can never be too greedy.
Trump.
That's Trump.
Yeah.
Was the last one Trump also, or is that Tyson?
That last one, the beauty of me is that I'm very rich. That's Trump.
Okay, I was right there too.
I was wrong there. So
Yeah.
but I'll say Tyson on this
The
one.
point is, you can never be too greedy.
And I say Trump.
Trump.
You guys are right. That one's Trump. I feel like that one could trip some people up just because, like, who could imagine Trump talking about not being greedy, right?
Okay, so I missed
All right,
two in a row.
let me grab a few more good ones. There's definitely some more good ones.
I think Busey would be. I think Busey would be good.
What'd you say?
Busey would. I think Busey would probably run closer.
No, better yet, we could do quotes from Congress.
See, Busey's an entertaining dude. Okay. Quote: "He was screaming like my wife."
That was Trump.
Yeah, that's Tyson probably talking about somebody he beat up on.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. Not only that, he was married to what's her name, so I could almost. Yeah. Yeah, that was a real weird marriage. So
wait, did Tyson beat on his wife or something?
No, but I don't think he ever got said that he beat his wife. He was supposedly he raped someone.
Because this is either a wife beating thing or
that was
the way she screams sort of thing. And I don't know because it could apply to either of them.
But I mean, yeah.
I want to say Tyson, but I don't know.
I don't know what
Final answer.
Like, officially charged with like beating his wife or anything. I know he. I'm pretty sure he served time for like an alleged rape.
Right. He was married to Robin Givens or whatever, or no, Robin something. But
all right, so let's take a vote. What's the quote again?
Oh, that was a quote. He was screaming like my wife.
Okay, who votes for Tyson?
I'll say Tyson.
Tyson.
I say Tyson on that one.
I'm gonna say Trump.
I say Trump.
All right.
I think the democracy got it. It was Mike Tyson. He was talking about an opponent named Tyrell Biggs, who I guess got beaten pretty badly. All right. Let's see. This one's pretty bad, and it would probably bother some people, but I honestly think it's hilarious. Sorry. Quote, "They called me a rapist and a recluse. I'm not a recluse."
Oh God, this almost sounds like something that would come out of Bill Clinton.
I know. It's.
So one more time,
I think they had some quotes that Bill Clinton.
I'm saying Trump.
I'm going Tyson again.
Yeah.
I'm going Tyson again too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Tyson again.
He pulled back in with this. He sort of hung out with his pigeons for a while.
I'm not going with Tyson.
My vote's Trump.
All right, guys.
With Tyson.
That
What's the answer?
Was Mike Tyson?
Yeah, it was. I think he said that and was like genuinely unaware of the message that he conveyed with that sentence. I think he was.
Yeah, I think that was like after he may have been, who knows, he may have been on probation, and that was sort of the way he knew how to keep himself out of trouble, was just hang out with that. And I think that, he felt pretty burned by the world. By then that nobody have ever sort of not taken from him, except for like there was one old dude that passed away or something. And
he got.
Are you sure that's not a Bill Clinton or a Bill Clinton quote?
I can't confirm if might also be a Bill Clinton quote.
Because that sure sounds familiar.
Yeah, that Custodio passed away. He wasn't right ever since. It got hooked up with that damn Don King. He had people sign blank contracts that's not educated.
Yep.
He did my cousin like that.
Yeah, Don
All
King
right.
was
Just
less than reputable.
We'll do one or two more. This is a good
Okay.
one. Quote. Yeah, I see the chat's kind of playing along too. That's awesome. All right. Quote. I have never seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke.
Trump.
That's
Yeah,
got to
I
be
think
Trump.
Trump.
I don't think there was
Trump.
much Diet Coke when Tyson was around.
Well, he's
Well,
still
there
Or
around.
he's
was,
still
but
around, but then
there
when he
was, but I still say
are these
Trump.
old quotes or like current quotes?
These are just
Because Mike
I mean,
Tyson really isn't all that like you don't really hear about him all the time.
It could be a current Trump tweet.
Oh God!
Yeah.
I mean,
This
in
stuff
all
is just like all
honesty.
throughout their careers. I make an effort to not just have a bunch of like Trump campaign stuff because that would be too easy. Because like the people, that I would play this game with would know a lot of those right off the bat. So one more time, that was quote. I have never seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke, and you guys.
Trump.
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 Yeah, that's
Trump.
That's about the most Trumpian quote there ever was, ain't it? It's funny, isn't it funny that he would like talk about anybody being fat when
I know,
every
right? His
year
tie just keeps getting
every year
longer.
his tie grows like 6 inches. Yeah.
They won't notice I'm getting bigger if my clothes get longer.
Let's see if I can find like one more good one that might trip people up.
It's not going to be easy for Trump.
I always picture Trump as looking a little bit like that dude from that movie, the movie Dune. That fat Baron guy or whatever
I
he
say
is.
just give him green hair and we have an Oompa Loompa as president.
Basically, I think the easiest way to approach this game and just like pretty much always get them right is to look for like any sign of self-awareness or humility or like admitting to any kind of flaw, and that's going to be tied because Trump is incapable of doing any of those things. He does not.
Well, most of the government isn't. I mean, that's what's causing this problem, isn't it? Them not saying, "Oh, we're criminals."
Yeah, and and you get like a guy like Obama that follows a whole organization of war criminals, and nobody gets tried, nobody faces any kind of justice, and now that's the legal precedent, which really sucks. All right, I'm looking for one more good one though.
Okay, who's typing really loud?
Okay, I got it.
Oh.
All right, y'all ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Last one for tonight. This is a really good one. I got a feeling you're probably gonna get it right. Quote: I was down there and I watched our police and our firemen down on 7-Eleven down at the World Trade Center right after it came down.
Trump.
Quote.
That was Trump.
Yeah.
I heard that one not long ago.
Yeah, guys.
He saw the Muslims celebrating in the streets.
Mm.
He also literally bragged the day of, if I'm not mistaken, it was the day of the terror attacks, like later on September 11th, 2001, he said something to the effect of, Trump Tower, and he named like the address on Wall Street, exit so and so Wall Street. It was the second tallest building in Manhattan, and now it's the tallest. Like he literally, he couldn't even wait a day before he bragging about Saudi hijackers making his building the tallest one. Isn't that?
It's like it wasn't even the tallest.
The first thing he thinks is my real estate value just went up.
I don't even think it was the tallest. It was like the second tallest or something now. It wasn't even like the tallest, I don't think. It may have.
Yeah, it was probably like the second tallest, but he was just
the
lying.
Second or third tallest that it had moved up to from fourth or fifth. I mean,
it was probably just
like
bullshitting. Yeah. kind of like how he, fakes his own net worth. I mean, he literally has gone on, said to, talk show hosts, well, my net worth, it just fluctuates, by the day. He literally said once, his net worth is different, depending on his mood. Nobody says that. It's incredible.
Well, it does when you figure your net worth. When you figure your net worth is your name, it does matter how you feel. So, I mean, if you're feeling a little blue in the morning, maybe maybe your stock isn't doing as well.
Today I'm worth only $2 billion because I'm just not.
Yeah. I'm only worth $9.9 billion today.
Oh yeah, man, incredible. I'm gonna try to dig through though and find some more obscure ones. I want to find some some quality Trump quotes from 40 years ago. Just get a list of those. There's definitely.
Well, I think
that was when he was a Democrat.
But he's always.
He was still a jerk.
Yeah,
he's always been a jerk. He's always been egotistical. I mean, his personality pretty much still is what it always has been. But honestly, I think he has dementia or something because
I got a good quote. I don't know.
Years ago, he could string together sentences much more coherently, and now he's just a total mess. I don't know. But go ahead, man.
I think it's lack of sleep, but yeah, Kevin.
Or maybe not quotes, but just did he do this or did he not scenarios. That could also be a fun little game. Think about it. You can do it did he deny climate change? Yes. Did he file for insurance for his golf course because it was flooding due to climate change? Yes.
In Scotland, yes. They've been building a big seawall around his course in Scotland.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's denying it, but he's trying to pull an insurance claim for it.
Yeah.
How about
that
Trump
story
or
broke
Clinton?
while he was on the campaign trail denying climate change.
How about Trump or Clinton?
Well, I mean, you can just pull any bizarro quote out of the internet. We either guess it's Trump or not Trump. And that way you can pull in any bizarre thing you want.
Any insane thing any maniac's ever said.
Yeah. I mean, it could be Charles Manson, but it could be something that that Trump could say.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'll lay you a bet if you look through Charlie Manson's quotes, you could find something that's really, really along Trump's lines.
Guys, look at the chat.
Probably.
There's people putting Trump quotes and Tyson quotes in the chat. Somebody said, that's the Tyson quote, I could feel his muscle tissues collapse under my force. It's ludicrous these mortals even attempt to enter my realm. There's a Trump one below that. What separates the winners from the losers is how a person reacts to each new twist of fate.
Sounds like you have some more writing to do with all this. Okay, well, I'm going to eat a burrito now, and I'm not going to do that on camera. So I'm going to stop the video, but I am here. Just not something to see me
I'm going to take off, guys.
Right. Good night,
Greg.
Greg.
Go to sleep.
Later.
I got work in the
Later,
morning.
Greg.
Awesome hanging out with
Greg.
y'all as always.
Yeah, glad you came
I will
on.
see you soon. I'll see you soon, and hopefully Dan will be on here pretty soon. He's a really awesome guy. I'm sure he'll have a lot of great things to talk to you all about.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, man, for coming in, bro. That was awesome. That was a break.
James, you were talking about James or Broker. Y'all were talking about bringing somebody on. How about Zach Howler?
Yeah, I don't have any contact with him, so I don't.
All we can possibly do is present invitation to come on. If they do, that's completely up to them. But who the hell knows?
Yeah.
I think anybody that wants to come on can come on, and that's just the way it should be.
Yep.
Well, I know
And that way we
AJ
got
is going to
cool
be
popping.
on cross. I'm sorry, but AJ going to be on Crosstalk tomorrow at 3:30 on RT. This is sixth time on there.
Zach's gonna be on there. Is that what you said?
No, H.A. Goodman.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. All right.
Yeah.
No, I know H.A.'s been on there before.
They're gonna be talking about the Imran Anwan brothers.
Ah. All right. Well, it needs to happen, doesn't it? It needs to all fall down.
Because the mainstream media ain't talking about it.
No.
Or the DNC lawsuit.
All right, I'm going to grab something off of. All right, so check this out. While you guys were talking and I was kind of going back and forth, I was talking to this guy who's a Hillary DNC supporter.
Oh, boy.
On Facebook. And he posted, and I'm just going to put this up. Because you can't really see anything else.
Okay.
Yeah, which is fine. It just drives me nuts when people keep praising Obama. Like he should still be up. You know, it just drives me nuts. And these are all Hillary supporters and DNC loyalists. And so this guy puts up this. So they're always bagging on the idiot, which fucking who can't, right? In the evening when Michelle and the girls have gone to bed, I sometimes walk down the hall to a room Abraham Lincoln used as his office. It contains an original copy of the Gettysburg Address written in Lincoln's own hand. I linger on a few words have helped define America experiment, a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the preposition that all men are created equal, Barack Obama. So he says that, and what the White House is a real dump. You know, I mean, you're seeing it. I don't have my glasses, so everything's.
That's like.
But this guy I'm a disgusting troll because I'm saying stuff like, and I'll take it down because I don't want you to see his name. We used to be really good friends.
But the thing about it is that Barack Obama is perfectly willing to, if everybody's it's treated the same, then that means that we're all free to be shot by a missile from a drone. And in Obama's eyes, everybody is equal. You know, we're the same as the 15-year-old, whatever his name was in Pakistan. When they got him, and his father was Zahid Alahi.
I know what you're talking about.
And they killed his son. They killed his son, and then Trump killed their daughter, his sister.
Oh yeah.
You know, James. You know that little meme thing you showed? It showed Trump, and then it showed Obama saying stupid shit. Then what it really should have on there is it should show Eisenhower below that, calling both of them out like, look at you fucking morons, you just keep feeding money into this goddamn thing and you're killing us all.
Well, the thing about it too is it's like it's the pretty face theory. It's the pretty face on the same attitude. You know, it's not like I think Trump is any less willing to just kill somebody on a whim.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's that's a given, man. But you know, my point is just it's the pretty face theory.
Well, that, and also though, look, Obama's incredibly smart, obviously, but unfortunately, history is eventually going to show.
I don't know about smart, incredibly persuasive, maybe.
No, I think he's smart, but I mean that's my
smart enough to rip off a country.
Well, let me finish. So I think history is going to show, unfortunately, that, you know, here's this guy, first African-American president, had full support of everyone. History is going to show that basically he took an opportunity to really do some good, and that's.
Well, I kind of have to dispute he's the first African American president because he was mixed.
That's true.
We really didn't have an African American president yet.
That's true, Shirley. And plus, he was raised by the white side of his family,
right?
And his father was not.
And he never dated. He only dated white women.
Well, I'm not gonna get in the midst of that argument because I think that's kind of I don't know.
Michelle was the first black woman he dated, and I think that was all for political purposes.
Let's put it this way: if he was poor and standing on a street corner in Chicago, he'd still be black.
Yep, he'd be treated the same way.
Yeah, so I think he's black. You know, no matter what else, I think that's.
Is that seriously an executive order?
Yep.
Induction. Oh God, citizens in military against their will. That's basically what we have now. We have an economy that twists people to the point to where we get a massive flood of people going into the military.
Yeah, so I showed him. Yeah, exactly. I showed him this picture, and I said, "Dude, they're figureheads. They don't give a shit about you. You ever seen the George Carlin? They're doing what they're.
There's Snork. You're with us still. Good.
Oh, hey Snork, you all right, buddy?
Hi, Snork.
Hey,
yeah, I'm getting better.
Go ahead, Kevin. You were saying.
Snork.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, Kevin.
Nah, I'm good. I was just saying if that was a real executive order. And that's insane. Like they should not, because basically I'm just going to make this bullshit paper and then, I'm going to say this thing and carry it out in these deceptive, evil ways all throughout the country and attack and, just the psychotic shit. I mean, anybody that's able to write laws or shit like that, that just, we're just going to follow these things. And nobody votes on them and nobody takes into account no public citizenry. Basically, they just doll out bullshit and expect everybody to follow it. Like, what the hell is this crap? It's like, you're not subject to this, are you? No, of course not. It only applies to the people you want to fuck over and the peasants.
Well, it's going to take decades for us to know how bad Obama was. It's just we had to compare him to Bush, and he got that Nobel Prize for not being Bush. Let's cover two things. There was laws on the book. There was laws on the book.
There wasn't a peace prize.
There was laws on the books that Obama could have used to immediately get us out of the hole. I like to say that he popped the parachute. He didn't put us on a helicopter. He didn't do anything that could rise us. All he did was stop the downfall. So the first thing is people don't manufacture to sell something. They manufacture to fill a slot to get something sold. So usually the demand has to be there in order for a plant to be in the United States. There is a law that really put us on the downward spiral that President Reagan put on hold. All Obama had to do was release the hold, and that was that the Pentagon had the first priority had to come from a United States source. And if that was it, it takes 2 years for most small manufacturing facilities to redirect their purchases. It takes 5 years for most hard facilities like a car plant or whatever. So in 2 years, 75% of the manufacturing that we lost could have been back in the United States. In another 5 years, another large majority of it. Basically, only consumer goods would be done overseas. If Obama had enacted that. Not only that, but it's the peripheral factories that make the big importance. For every 100 factories, there's one factory that used to make forms used in the factories for selling things between departments and stuff. And the people that get the haircuts that work at the factories. All these issues that get shut down when a factory gets shut down. Mm-hmm. So while one factory may not hold the whole load, losing hundreds of factories just devastated our entire community. So with that one strike alone, Obama could have completely fixed our economy. It was just a strike of his pen that he had the complete power to enact a law that was already on the books. So he didn't have to wait for him to be passed or anything. It's still sitting out there suspended. And all he has to do is, Trump could turn it on tomorrow if he wanted to. Then the second thing was HIPAA. Now, it was presented as the patient's Rights Act or whatever. And what it really is it's protection of doctors not to be sued for malpractice. None of your data can be shared with another doctor unless the purpose of the sharing of the data is told. And it cannot be shared without the permission of the company that originates the data. So if a doctor takes notes and says, I accidentally gave him 500 milligrams of sodium pentothal and it kills a patient, that cannot be given to anybody to be used in a lawsuit without that doctor's permission or that hospital's permission. So in essence, it cuts the chain of evidence, where you basically no longer can have any evidence against a hospital or doctor for malpractice unless you go through really difficult methods. And in
other words, it's like a form of plausible or deniability.
Right. There's 4 levels.
Oh, we're not connected to that, but we really are.
The HIPAA permits 4 levels of sharing. If it's given to the person themselves, if you say, I want to see my records, you get a highly redacted version of it that contains no suable information. Say just what is necessary. If you, let's say, if you go to a specialist, it will be redacted to just the information. Or a lawsuit, you basically get a blank page.
Yeah, and do you know how often the information in those notes is incorrect?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I have a stack this tall from my spinal fluid leak stuff. And I mean, just some stuff's minor, but it's like, how'd you get that wrong? Like, I mean, just if you were to look at the whole thing, it doesn't paint the right picture. And who corrects those? It's kind of like your credit report. If
it can all go to your insurance company.
Incorrect. What can you do about it?
Yeah, all the information can go to your insurance company, but your insurance company can't give it to anybody. I had some records that I needed transferred to the state, and it was almost impossible to get the records transferred to the state because of the HIPAA laws. I knew there was a complete copy of my records here in town, and they could not share them with my specialist because the originating doctor was not giving permission to release them.
So I think the lesson is anytime something is passed and it's under the guise of it's for the people, we should look more deeply and see what the actual reason is, right?
I also had a vendor, a prescription filler, refused, because they also have to give your history of your prescriptions, refused to give a copy of the history of my prescriptions to allow me to get a new prescription, unless I wanted to fill with them.
I hate that law.
Yeah, and that was Obama. He was very proud of it.
If somebody goes in the hospital, my loved one, like my grandmother was living, and she went to emergency, I could call and check on her and see how she's doing. You can't do that now because of that HIPAA law. Mm-hmm. They can't give you any information.
Well, even yourself, you cannot ask information about yourself.
Yeah, because
that's just insane.
When I went to my rheumatologist, he said, did you go to the eye doctor last year? I said, yeah, I went. He said, well, they didn't send me the records. I said, I don't know why they didn't send you the records because I got to go this year for a new eye visit. So now I'm going to go to them and ask them why, for them to give them to me so I can fax it to them because my doctors need to have that stuff.
Oh, yeah, and that's another thing. You really have to be your own advocate. Get ready. If you ever have some kind of major illness, I mean, you can't count on them to keep up with any of that either. You got to do it yourself.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, when my mom was in, they wouldn't give any information unless you were the proxy with a four-digit code. It's the only way they'd give it over the phone.
Well, I'm trying to get records switched, or I'm not even trying to get a bunch of records. I'm trying to get like just the latest records on my qualifying condition sent from my regular pain doctor to my pot doctor. And that has like been like a giant cluster because I already signed all the paperwork with them before. But no, they tell me I got to do it every time now or something. And it was before, it was like you sign it once and then they'll send their records as they come, you know, and that was the way it was supposed to be. I was supposed to fill it out and have those things sent, no problem. You know, and they know what they got. They know what they got to send, and it's just one page of stuff they got to fax over.
Yeah, and all that time that those doctors that barely have 5 minutes to spend with you are spending doing all this other stuff, whether it's sending stuff off to the insurance companies or whatever, dealing with all that mess, that's less time they have with the patient. I mean, I know they have staff that does it, but, you know, doctors have to sign off on things.
Well, they don't sign off on it. It's this thing's just BS. Oh, this is just me signing another piece of paper to have it sent. It isn't even like it's doctor to doctor, so it isn't even like they have a huge problem with it. You know, he knows about it. It's already, you know, this is already in the can kind of thing. So.
So, the fly is here.
So, Zork posted. Sorry, I'll
who?
There's a bill that unveils that would invest $15 million over 4 years in border security in Trump's wall. $15 million for a 40-foot wall, and Snork's like, wouldn't this like cover a few miles? If it's 40-foot wall and the wall he wants to build, that's like a few hundred yards. That's because this thing's supposed to be this. It's just such a farce. That fucking wall will never. If that wall gets built, I'm telling you right now. I mean,
how big a section for 40 million?
It doesn't say. It just says 15
probably
million.
A 12-foot section. It's probably exactly. A 12-foot section, 40-foot big. It's probably, I'm going to say, a foot thick for that height.
That's bigger than that. The foundation's supposed. The base of it is supposed to be like 3 feet.
Yeah, but I'm talking just the panel.
It's just not rational. They prefab a panel. Resources and the labor to make a fucking wall like that. You're just actually using the fucking State Department right and fixing Mexico so they don't come here.
Well, here's I've actually set those panels. I've set panels like those. Did sound panels along the Blue Route.
Yeah, what are they, like 10 by 20? How big are these fucking things?
Well, they varied in height because of how high how high they had to be. So, like the tallest.
They block the noise too, right? Carpeted for the area.
Right, exactly. Well, that's why we put them in, but you know, so what I'm guessing is just to do it, you have to understand. To pick up a 40-foot section of wall, you need a big crane. So to bring in the big crane, you got to have a big pad. To have the big pad, then you've got to have enough clearance around it, flattened out to build the pad. So each time, you know, you have to
make all the roads out there and everything.
Yeah, and then you have to get a 40-foot section of concrete, you know, a prefab concrete down the road to the place. And that I don't even see the roads holding that unless they're going to fab in place like a tilt up and just tilt them up. And then it's sort of believable, but it slows down the whole process. Like they could do the poles, maybe they could do the posts and bring the post in, but those panels would be too weighty. to bring in on a truck.
Yeah, they've got to be strong enough to hold room.
Well,
I think with how much the wall, like, estimated cost and how big he wants to make it, it would just be cheaper to just landmine the whole border.
Don't give him ideas.
You know,
please don't give him ideas.
Fucking Kevin.
Well, wouldn't it? I mean, the wall is just kind of retarded. It's like, oh, let's use all this material, and what are we going to do with it? We're just going to make a big wall. Okay. So we're just going to make a big wall and thinks this is going to fix any of the problems? Like, it's going to stop the Mexicans from coming here. Well, you know, they do have planes also. You know that, right? And they literally just, sometimes people can fly in here. They'll come in here through borders or go through round water. And sometimes it's like not even like, or the H-1BC visa people, or I don't know. It's.
And we're talking about
over it or find a hole.
We're talking about people that could dig a tunnel to get one guy out of prison.
It would be so much more effective just to fucking fix Mexico. Get it so their people get paid decent. They could live there comfortably. I mean, it's the same fucking thing we want, except for we can stop them from coming here to fuck us over. You know, to try to get away from their situation that's fucking them over.
Well, they could probably get away with. I mean, it's probably within inbounds to just go ahead and dig a tunnel.
Let's just
for them,
dig a
it's probably
fucking moat. How about just a moat with crocodiles? Wouldn't that be
a mile? They could dig a tunnel a mile for one shipment of heroin.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so I don't believe that anything that they build is going to stop anybody that wants in.
That's right.
What keeps, I'm just wondering, because I'm not really familiar with anything over there, what keeps people from sailing off the west coast on Mexico and sailing around and just landing somewhere on
Coast Guard
America?
Well, the Coast Guard can't catch all of them.
Yeah, no, there's a few that come through. There's still the Border Patrol goes out a certain distance from the coast as well. They have patrol boats. But the thing is a lot of it's. You know what? It's there. I don't
It's
know.
a big chunk of water.
I had this picture I put up a while back. It wasn't on here. I think it was on my Facebook where I think it was Denmark, Sweden, and some other country. There was like three of them that kind of went together, and they painted the lines on the cobblestone. It was like a nice cafe where there's people sitting in this outside of this really nice little, European restaurant, and it painted where the border was, where these three countries kind of came together or something, and it showed here's our wall. You know what I'm saying? It's just they're making fun of the stupidity of fucking walls. You know, the whole thing is just, it's so medieval and
it's kind of dumb.
My thing is, I don't think Mexicans are really coming over here because all our jobs are going.
No, they slowed down. From what I've heard, they slowed down because they just
they getting our jobs, so they ain't coming over here.
Yeah, nothing's happened that much. There's not much of anything for them.
Yeah.
Well,
there's probably something along Texas. There's probably some form of worker trafficking going on because somebody's got to pick the fruit.
The last time we tried to build a wall was Project 28 in Arizona. And Boeing got a $70 million contract just to figure out what to do to get it started. $1 billion was spent trying to get going. And they decided that it was going to be $30 billion to finish it. And they gave up. But for the entire $1 billion we got, we were able to track 2 immigrants crossing the border. Cameras couldn't come into focus. They lost them and they got away.
That's cool. Only 2.
Yeah.
They're not
And,
coming over here like they used to.
but they were thinking that the cost was going to be $1 billion per 53 miles.
I heard somebody say, well, look at Mexico. They built a wall. Yeah, also look at Mexico. It gets smaller at the bottom, not the top.
Well, I could picture it. I could see the 40-foot tall fence that he's talking about is at its lowest point, or at the lowest point. So the panels are even bigger. And I mean, I just figured it out real quick. And if I'm remembering my numbers right, he's talking about at a minimum having a 250 or 500 ton crane to do the work. And that is a big freaking object to move around the desert all over the place. They don't like some of those cranes, like a 500 ton crane. They build it in place on some jobs. It's got tracks and everything, but it doesn't move. They build it once, and that's where it sits.
So what you're saying, Broken Carpenter, that it's a complete, like, we can do it, like the possibility to do it's there, but the whole what do you get from it, and look how much shit you have to do for this retarded thing.
Exactly. And what I'm telling you is
gold plating a toilet.
Yeah, and what I'm telling you is exactly. It's like saying what they're telling you is for an average mile it's going to cost. Well, that's for an average mile. But, you know, it depending on those miles that are through mountains or they're through whatever, those miles aren't half as easy as they've tried to make them out to be. And then you have the whole issue of you drill across an area that big, and you're going to find out that you can't just pop holes into the ground anywhere you want them without specialized equipment. You know, I mean, that's the other thing. You can't, I mean, those poles, you know, those posts will go, those diggers will go through a bunch of shit. But I've also seen just the standard one get pretty bound up. So it happens.
But Broken, how would that hold up in the desert? I see how it's holding up on the Blue Route.
Well, I mean, the panel.
It doesn't matter about holding up. It's a giant wall. You're wasting so much crap on, time on, and you're getting pretty much no benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not even. I mean, let's put it this way: if you took that same amount of concrete and steel and labor costs, and you pump that into building housing, we could house all the homeless.
Without, get some of it solar on some people's houses or something like that.
The whole thing.
I like the way you're thinking about this.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing could be solar. I mean, you could build, if you built just, I mean, pretty much glorified storage areas, storage places. You know, you could have like fully, you know, fire retard, you know, or fire
build storage places and then stick Snorks hydroponics setup in them.
You know, yeah, or exactly. But what I'm saying is, you could put homeless people in there, and they'd be more than happy.
And there's a job for them too.
And transitionally,
job to do. They can do the garden thing, make stuff, and then be able to get enough money to afford something, or you know, or kind of sets up the wheels, gets it going.
And that's the other thing too, is paying that labor to go out there in the freaking desert to do that shit. Ain't, you know, and you have to figure all the stuff that's through the desert. You can't pour any concrete during the day. And any concrete you do pour, you're going to have to cover and have underwater for quite a while before it's up to strength that you can do the lifts on them. So I mean, it's just like you say, it's possible. We could do it. We can build anything if we put our minds to it. But there ain't no way in the world that it's a cost-effective way to be using our money on. I mean, we might as well just take it and, you know, build a big barge and float it out in the ocean and sink it, you know. You know, we were doing the same thing in the end.
Hi, Ariel and Lucas and Somebody. Yes.
And defed.
Oh, okay.
Hey, did you guys know Texas has renewable energy?
Yep. They have more than a lot of other states.
Wind farms. It's that one
That's great.
tycoon dude.
I think they have wind, don't they, primarily?
They have a lot of wind and solar.
Well, I thought they had a larger chunk of wind than solar for some reason.
Who's that?
Probably. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, a lot of their country is desert, so there's a lot of wind, that blows through the desert.
Yeah.
Especially when you have all the cooler air up in the northern part of Texas meeting with all the hot Gulf air that's rising up. I think that's why they get so many tornadoes.
They could probably, if they made a bunch of solar thermal plants, they could probably do a lot of manufacturing and stuff down there. Like, I don't know. I understand why people would use gas or other heating forms just because you can kind of get a stable level of heat to work with. But the solar thermal plants, you can get, there are workarounds. If you do like a mass collector and then a smaller tank, you can get really hot storage temps and then, run for hours and hours and hours afterwards.
It says that they've been working on wind since 1970. West Texas State University, the wind capital of Tejas.
Texas is also the place that came up with the using used plastic tubing to change sewage into an algal oil. Wow. And they were just hanging a whole bunch of it out in the desert. Project was really successful, and Bush shut it down.
Oh, what is that?
Converting waste into oil. That absorbs sunlight too. Mm-hmm. So you're kind of getting more out of it. That's awesome. And just what, plastic tubes in the desert?
Yeah, waste plastic tubes. They made the plastic tubes. They were just clear sheet plastic, and they heat seal it together and make tubes and just make walls of it and hang it out in the sun. And then put together pumps and pump the fluid through it.
What was the production capacity of it?
I think it was 6 weeks per quart of oil. I forgot how many grams per quart, but it was a considerable amount. Considering that you mix your sewage 100 to 1 with the water, you get the water back at the end, and you can reuse it to dilute the next batch of sewage.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, I want to tell you guys about this awesome Twitter battle I had and won. It's still sort of happening, but not really that much because it's like one tweet at a time, like every 10 minutes, because like it takes the person forever to think of something now that I've used all the facts up. Because they kept trying to say that Bernie Sanders was racist and they were implying like, you don't think that Hillary understands the struggles of Black people? What? And I was just like, okay, let me just go through 40 years worth of evidence here for you, and sprinkle some facts on you, because Bernie Sanders wasn't the one who called Black kids super predators, and Bernie Sanders wasn't the one with the husband who exploded the prison population, and Bernie Sanders wasn't the one who deregulated Wall Street and made the country worse for Black people. Bernie Sanders wasn't the one who deregulated the media, and it just it goes on. But like they were trying to, and they used the whole Sierra Blanca thing. I don't know if you guys have heard about that, but it was the nuclear waste vote or whatever back in like the early 2000s or late 90s, or I don't know. It was like sometime back when Bush was president, I think. And so there was like a vote to put all this nuclear waste into a poor, primarily Latino town in Texas. And currently that town has 650 people, and every single one of them wishes, like they all hate the guy who got the project to not come there. Like they all wish that the nuclear waste was going to be dumped in there because it would have brought business. And right now, like that town is piss poor, and like they are all suffering there. Like that's why Rick Perry wants to take all of the country's nuclear waste and send it to all the poor towns in Texas, because all of them want it. Because all the poor people there don't care if it's irradiated. They want to get all of the business from all the companies that are going to be dumping the waste there. And so I brought that up and said that, and then also the project never even went through because because like I said, they canceled it. So all these people that keep bringing up the Sierra Blanca, vote, all you got to do is just tell them, first off, it didn't go through, so you didn't poison anyone. And second, all the people who live there wish it did because it would have brought business.
Well, that's kind of go ahead. Is that Forsaken?
I wanted to speak. He waved.
That might have been because I was. You were.
Oh yeah, it was definitely because Kelley came on. But I did want to say, Shirley, has anybody told you how beautiful you are today?
Who, me?
To you.
Oh, thank you. I'm enrolled
No
in the
problem.
scarf.
Love you, girl.
Thank you. Love you too.
You're now on Shirley's Christmas list.
I'm wondering if we should flip over to Anything Goes.
Well, I just wanted to say, like, real quick, I got to do some dad bragging because I don't have
We're
any.
still on after hours?
I think so.
Well, all right, I'll do Anything Goes. Start Anything Goes, and I'll do my thing.
We'll just do it anyway. Go ahead.
I don't know if it matters.
So my kid is just finishing, or she finished her junior year, and she went and did this intern thing with one of the big tech companies doing, I don't know, something. So she's already got a letter of hire in her pocket.
Awesome.
Yeah, so she goes back to school. She finishes up the school, and she walks out into a job.
That is no small feat these days.
Yeah, that's like, so I'm really, really happy for her. So
yeah, that's awesome, because in some chat rooms, I see people saying they have 2 master's degrees and they still can't get a job.
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly, and trust me, that's why I'm doing some dad bragging, because I don't get the dad, you guys are aware I get to do any dad bragging I do, so here it is. Wow. Thanks.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because my daughter, she got her bachelor's and her master's. She must have had some shitty jobs afterwards, but now she worked for Wawa Corporation. She loves it. She got a job in what she took up in college. So I can't explain what it is, but it's something with marketing.
Well, we talked about that. That's a great place to work.
It's a private company, and the employees buy stock in it. So she said,
and that's like a company that everybody, it's like a company that they have like happiest companies to work for or something. That's what it like. They're like that kind of company,
Yeah.
So, what's new, Ariel? How's your dad doing?
Oh, hey guys. I've just been really busy. eBay has been good today. That's nice.
That's what you're doing, Ariel, getting orders out?
Yeah. I'm wrapping up lipsticks and perfume oils. I mean, it's a little bit of everything.
I have to ask you, do you sell iPod Touch?
No, I don't. Unless I end up coming across one. I sold like an old computer last week, but it's kind of unusual that I sell a whole lot of electronics. This is the prettiest thing I sold today. This is this what is it? Virgin San Juan de Lagos. It's a statue of Mary, and this fella in South America bought it for his dad's funeral masses, which is pretty cool. It's just gorgeous. I love Catholic art. I have a thing for it. Even though I'm not really a Catholic, I just think it's beautiful. And I had it in my house for a while. And I had it for sale, and I kind of like it, but I'm glad somebody that is going to love it is going to get it. Makes me happy.
Do you ever have problems with people who, like rip off and non-paying and things like that?
Well, it's really non-paying bidders are frustrating, but they're not really like a huge problem, because if they don't pay you, you don't mail it out, right?
Lucas. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if people don't pay you, you don't mail it. That's the deal. Like, they have to pay you before you mail it.
Yeah, but what about, well, do you have any problem people that like claim they didn't get it, claim they
occasionally
it was damaged, it wasn't, things like that?
I really have not. I mean, knock on wood. I'm gonna knock on my wood. Knock on the shelf. I haven't had a whole lot of trouble. Occasionally, you'll get a nut. Sometimes you.
My husband has a story. He has a business, and he has a printing shop, and he ordered a printer from somebody from eBay.
Huh.
And the guy, he paid for it, and it was delivered. It was a piece of shit. And now my husband has to pay back the loan to the bank. The bank was trying to track the guy down, but to no avail, they couldn't.
If he purchased it on eBay, there's massive seller protections. I mean, that's a big thing that buyers, we complain about it all the time, is that sellers are not as protected as buyers. They're not. We get the short shift all the time, but the buyer court's totally in your favor. If something you get it and it doesn't work or it's defective, you open a case. And a lot of the time, if it's defective, you don't even have to pay the return shipping. They have to pay it. I just got a guy, this was a nutty one today. He was a little bit aggressive. And I sent out these, it's like a Funko. They're these little collectible items. They're like little figurines based off of movies or books or different characters. And so the ones he ordered were like 3 from the Matrix. And so I sent them out, and he complained that the boxes were damaged. And so I got them back today, and they're really not. Like, they're actually just fine, but apparently he's just like a super, super picky collector.
If you're a collector, a lot of times any kind of damage, even creases and stuff
even
like
a tiny little bent or a little bit, and I don't see what he was seeing. But anyway, I took back the return, and I paid the shipping. He was not out a single bit. So, I can relist the items, and I can resell them. But overall, no, surely. I mean, if you've got an item and it wasn't what, you expected, or it wasn't correct, you can absolutely return it, and they'll totally back you up.
I'm afraid
he can't even find a guy.
What do you mean? Like, did he just delete his account or something?
I believe so, because the bank was trying to find him.
Oh,
he got
man.
this big clunker of a machine that doesn't work.
Weird.
And then, like, we may take
PayPal or eBay, and they should take care of it and refund you.
Something else you could do is if you paid through PayPal, which you always do with eBay, PayPal is very, very good. I have had them take care of me when eBay would not. That's something to think about. I had this lady, oh God, what was it? I've had people return items, like with cosmetics. It can be really weird because if the item is used, I can't resell it. You're not really supposed to sell used cosmetics because it's not sanitary. And so there were 2 situations. There was one where this lady returned a lipstick recently, and I asked her if it was used in advance of her returning it, and she said it was not. When I got it, it definitely was. And so eBay would not do anything about it. I called them. And so then I ended up calling PayPal, and they actually refunded me the money. It was nuts. And then I had another lipstick situation. The drama with the lipstick. Women and their lipstick. So I sell this thing. It was a rare color. Guys don't understand this stuff. If you find a color you like,
we're trying.
And then the company gets rid of that color.
Draining.
It's like the end of the world for some gals. It's like you search, there's like hundreds of freaking damn lipstick colors, right? And you find that one that's just your one, and it's the right texture and the right color, and it doesn't have funky smell, and it's great, right? It looks good with all your clothes. Then the company stops making it. So what will end up happening is if it's rare and you've got one, the price goes up. You know, you might have paid $12 for it, and somebody turn around paying $50 or $60 for something that's a discontinued color. So that's what happened. This gal bought this thing from me, and then she sends me a message. It was damaged, and I need to send it back. So I said, well, the only way that this thing could be damaged is if you ran over it with your car. Because these things are in a metal tube and they're padded, you know, and I wrap them up. So she sends it back. I open it up, and she has literally twisted the whole product out of the tube, broken the lipstick off, turned it around, shoved it back in the tube upside down, and just what she did, she bought it. She had buyer's remorse. She probably said, oh, I didn't mean to spend that much, but because I don't really do returns, if you know, unless it's damaged, she decided to damage it herself and send it back. So that's the kind of fraud you'll get into. But and eBay doesn't usually take care of you, but this time they actually did. I got one of their higher position reps, and I told them about it, and they said that's disgusting, and they refunded me my money. So sometimes, occasionally, they'll help you, but eBay, not so much on the good help. Their customer service leaves a lot to be desired. I really dread having to call their customer service. They used to be really good because they were all here in America. And recently, I would say about a year and a half, 2 years ago, they start outsourcing everyone, and you can tell. Because everybody you call has this indistinguishable, hello, ma'am, what are you doing? And you don't know where they're from. You don't know if they're from India or Philippines. You don't know where they're from.
They're not from India.
You can't understand them.
And you can't understand what the hell they're saying.
It's terrible. So, you know, you can't understand each other, and they're just reading from a script.
Yeah, that's a problem. Like, I really feel almost bad for complaining, because I think, wow, like, they speak English. I don't speak, you know, I speak a tiny bit of German, but that's impressive. But when you're dealing with certain things, there are these like nuances of what, I can't remember what it was, but it was an Amazon call. And this guy did not. It was just a complicated issue, and he could not understand what I was saying.
Yeah. It's not really his fault, but
it's not fair to the customers, you know, like.
Or you're dealing with people's money and you're dealing with people's businesses. It's really touchy. Right. I can imagine they get yelled at a lot.
And I'm one of them that yell, because I'm like, look, I'll call back and try to get somebody to speak some damn English.
Yep.
I'm serious. I'll be pissed.
My advice, if you ever have to deal with eBay customer service, call them in the daytime and ask for a representative who is from this country. And they actually will, you know, advance you to someone else. See, PayPal has not done the outsourcing as of now. They don't have that. So when you call them, people can really understand what you're getting at. And it's so much easier. You know, if you're in communications, you really should speak the language that's native to where you are, I feel. I wouldn't expect to go over there and get a job in communications and not be able to speak the language that they speak. That's the way I feel. I wouldn't do it.
Well,
I mean, they can speak it.
I don't know.
They can speak it, but they have this really thick accent where you can't understand it.
It's not just that. It's like if something's tricky and you can't really, it's just a complicated complicated situation. They just, I don't know.
Because you're pissed off already because you're calling about something. And then you get this.
Well, I mean, the English-speaking person you're talking to, too, may be somebody that's in prison somewhere in the South, and they're being, you know, they got a call center at the prison, and they work for, you know, they're subcontracted out. I mean,
like the guy you asked for directions from. Oh, sorry.
Well, I know that, like, I think the state of Virginia or something did that. They did their hospitality line or whatever for people calling in to get somewhere. Yeah.
The hospitality line was hooked to the prison.
Yeah, like their tourist.
Oh God!
It was their tourist board. Yeah, that's what it was. It was their tourist board. Yep.
We're the most inhospitable place, and this is where you call in for the Oh God! That couldn't be more ass backwards.
If you got a line of bullshit and they're paying you the same as they're paying to scrub toilets or something, hell, I'll go and sit there and talk to people. I sold Time Life books, man. I could sell anything if I had to, rather than,
I don't know if this might bore the guys, but Ariel, since we got on the subject of like lipstick and all that stuff,
you can make an empire out of selling lipstick.
well, I'll tell you a little story. And since my daughter's asleep, she can't get mad at me for telling it. No, I just, how many billions a year is the whole like cosmetic industry?
Huge.
I mean, it's insane. I mean, I have a niece who like works, and that's all I think she spends her money on is like eyeliner and stuff. I don't know. But so my daughter says,
eyeliner if she's buying that much.
well, my daughter says I need some stuff at Target. So I give her the Target card, which is, has to get the 5% off. But I learned a lot of lessons from my Depression era grandparents of being a penny pincher, And so she goes and gets this stuff, and she comes back, and it was like these bottles like of toner. I don't know. It was like one was $9 and the other one was $10, and I was like, so I made her take them back. And she got kind of upset with me, but I was like, occasionally there are products that are really worth that money that you like will spend on, but so much of it is just bullshit. And women spend so much money on this bullshit, whereas if you just eat some vegetables.
That's so true.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's sad because
we're bangs done today.
Ariel. Yes, I told you Michael saw a Betty Page poster out in a bar when we were in Asheville, and he's like, I saw Ariel at the bar. But no, I mean, I just think
that's Olivia. That's what her name is. Olivia.
The artist is Olivia.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think it starts really young. We work on girls so young. Like, I mean, you can check YouTube. How many people are doing makeup tutorials? And so I try to teach my daughters, like, look, there's nothing wrong with, take care of your appearance. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I'm not saying going around look like a frumpy dump, but be aware that you're being marketed to, and don't buy into all this shit. You just throw your money out the window. It's gone. It's nothing. It's stupid. You can buy a $3 bottle of witch hazel toner with the same stuff in it, I don't know. It irritates me to no end. It drives me crazy. So yeah, she had to get a lecture of that today. She was like, I could tell she missed my lectures being away, at school. I'm like, you need all this money for school. We're not spending it on freaking cosmetics.
Well, my feeling is I would much rather spend my money on good food, good supplements, and good skincare more than color cosmetics, because that's what you're doing. You're just trying to cover up the mess on your face. I don't put a lot of actual
Sometimes you have to cover up the mess.
I don't do a lot of that because I'd rather put it on the skincare, and people will ask me all the time. They're like, what do you do for your skin? I said vitamin C and vitamin E. I said those are the two biggest. Those are the two big ones. If you really want to get serious,
yes, you're right.
You can get into retinols, I said, but you can get an inexpensive vitamin C gel and a good grade of argan oil, which is very
absolutely.
That's the big thing.
I always say, really, I feel this way about anything, whatever it is you're shopping for. If it's something that requires a little bit of research so you know what you're buying, don't ever go in the store not knowing what you're after. Look it up before you go. Whether it's an electronic thing, which I'm really bad at, or a makeup thing or whatever, is like when you buy stuff, when you buy stuff, impulse buy, those are the ones you regret. Maybe not clothing, but you know what I mean. Other products that there's the packaging is just lying to you.
I actually studied skincare and aesthetics for a little while at the Euro Institute, which was literally right down the street from where I lived in Oregon. And so I know a lot about skincare. I know a lot about the do's and don'ts and things like that. And I like viewing other people's skin too.
Well, maybe I'm old-fashioned too, but I've seen an awful lot of these like famous people with no makeup on, and they still look really good. I mean, it's especially like these young girls that are like on Disney, or they're even older. I say girls in their mid-20s, whatever. But still they're young. And you see them without makeup and they look great. Why the hell why do you put that much crap on your skin?
Don't need to.
When you look that good without right now? There'll be a day when you'll have to do that, maybe, to look as good as you do now, but it's not now. You know what I mean? I don't know.
All right. That's what I tell my daughters. Like, when you get to be, I'm sorry, pushing 40, like I was a few years ago, that's the time. Yeah, it takes a lot of work just to look natural. But I just don't get that googling all the like, especially the foundation. It's just
no.
Yeah, I've never liked foundation.
Are you guys all enjoying this?
Very light product.
No, because I got questions. I've got questions.
Questions. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the question for the girls, because I'm glad we get to this point. There it is. There it is. So there's foundation, there's rouge, there's mascara, there's lip gloss, there's like a 50 fucking things. But here's my thing. When you see a girl, and guys know this, when I see a woman that it looks like they spackled this stuff on,
it's awful.
Right? It's just wrong. And then when I see a girl that just has like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, I think that's cool. I'm just not big on, why would anybody, are they hiding like some serious, things? That's my question.
I like eye makeup, and other than that, maybe a little lipstick and blush. Nothing on the face except moisturizer. I don't like foundations and face makeup and all that, but maybe with awful skin, sometimes you want to cover something up, or you get a fit and you put something on it.
Yeah, I like the false eyelashes.
Guys,
We're
getting some feedback somewhere. Does anybody?
Yeah, I've been hearing something through the night of some different feedback.
Yeah, I've heard it all night, but I checked my YouTube is muted, so it's not.
Well, there. I was muted too, so I know it wasn't me.
James, I grew up with a mom who wore fake eyelashes and still does my entire life, because she, unlike me, I have great eyelashes. I gotta brag. They're very long and they're good, but maybe it's because of my good diet partly. But my mom eats a good diet, but her lashes have just always been very short, so she always puts on the eyelashes. So when I was about 2 years old, I saw her doing that in the bathroom, and she's peeling off the lashes, because you use an adhesive glue, and so she's taking them off. And I start pulling on my eyelashes, and I'm sitting on her bed watching her, and I start crying, and I'm like, mine won't come off, and she's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, they won't come off. She's like, honey, they're not supposed to come off. And she had to show me like the fake ones, and how she puts them on, because I was just absolutely devastated. Like, my lashes won't come off, like hers do.
That's funny.
The trauma you must have felt. Oh my God.
I got over it pretty quick.
Yeah, there's a girl at my work. She's just gorgeous. She's black. She's gorgeous. Right? She's young, gorgeous. And she wears these fake eyelashes that are like 1.5 inches long. Yeah. And all the other girls are like, why the fuck? She's got a perfect body, perfect everything. And just like, and she cakes her face.
Yeah, doesn't need
And we're just like, why? It just doesn't, You know,
Well, to your point about that, I kind of feel the same way about the padded bras. It's like it's false advertising. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
if it goes
yeah, that's not cool.
Advertising.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool at all.
you get a little lift when you get older and you've had kids and you need a little lift. Okay, that's a public service to do that.
That's a service.
No, the other day, me and my mom, we were sitting reading that book, Ty Bollinger's Cancer Outside the Box, and it was talking about how the bra is actually not a good thing to wear most of the time because of the way it constricts the flow of all your bodily fluids. I feel like Dr. Strangelove now. But yeah, it constricts a lot of that, and some people believe it really contributes to, cancer or different issues with the breast. But I think it's like if you wear it all the time and if it's tight, like really tight, like if it's ill-fitting and it's really cutting off your circulation, which is never good anyway. Yeah.
I just feel like in this type of weather with a bra on for a long time, I feel like when I take mine on, I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I'm being released as a hostage.
My wife was
Seriously.
my wife was really against wearing bras. She always wore them, and then she was reading some research when she heard the question. She said, "I'm going to look it up," and basically 15 minutes into her research, she just took it off and threw it off, never put it on.
Yeah, I mean,
And she had the chemistry to understand it that way beyond mine, and I think it really supported it. And she said that, as Ariel mentioned, the more flow of the lymph spreads out. And both her sister and her mother had breast cancer, and my wife never did, even when she had metastatic cancer throughout the rest of her body.
Wow. Yep. No, I really don't wear them very often. Very, very short amounts of time.
What is that? We're getting like a reverberation, so
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know where it's coming from.
Okay, I'm going to turn mine off and let's see what happens. Kelley, keep talking.
But the UK just blocked Tony Blair from being able to be taken to court for war crimes from the Iraq War. That was from Real News in Baltimore.
That's probably more important than boobs, really.
I wish it happened here.
We've kind of gotten off into silly land now. Thank you, Shirley, for bringing us back. Yeah, I started off the night talking about Russia sanctions. So anybody that missed that, I highly recommend watching Ed Schultz. That's
my buddy, man. I'm a fan of his. MSNBC.
Did you
Barack
see?
Obama called over there and said, "Get him off the air." He was talking about that TPP every night.
Mm-hmm. Did you see his Facebook Live videos from yesterday and the day before?
Yep, and I watched his commentary yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's great.
But do you see the comments he get? Oh, you're not credible no more. You a Russian agent. You never read the comments?
Yeah, it's just amazing when you see this stuff, how brainwashed people have. I mean, the media has succeeded with, I guess, half the country. I don't know. It just seems like it, that they buy it.
They're making American people stupid. I'm serious.
There's also a really good video on the Real News Network. Let's see, the professor. It's from yesterday. Russia sanctions, Congress obstructs Trump's quote one good policy. And let's see, they interviewed a professor. I'm trying to catch his name here. Professor Sakwa. Anyway, it's a really good discussion about it also. So
Trump wasn't happy about those sanctions against Russia. I think that he wrote some type of letter. I never heard of it, showing his displeasure because the Congress has tied his hands where he can't even veto it at all. And all I can say is the Democrats helped kill Barack Obama's legacy with the Iran deal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, it's hard to understand. It's almost like we've done this flip. The Democrats are now what we used to think of the Republicans, and that, all of a sudden now it's bad to talk to Putin and try to get along and make things better. Oh no, I mean it's just I don't know. It's crazy.
It's really crazy.
Is your husband still watching MSNBC?
He still turns it on. I don't know why. We was going at it today. He was like, but Mueller got a grand jury now. It got something on him. I'm like, they don't have shit on him. Something's going to happen. And Mueller is going to get pulled. He's going to get pulled. It's a conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
I told him I don't like Trump. I don't. But it's a shame. I got to defend him.
Oh, hey, Shirley, real quick. There's a guy, Bong Rip King.
Yes, I see.
Who is it?
Would you like to say hello?
No, just hi, aloha, welcome. How are you? Say whatever you want, when you want. Enjoy yourself. And then I post the rules and regulations because I'm not the hall monitor.
Yeah, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, if you want.
But you don't have to. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Actually, you have 5 seconds. If not, then we're going to boot you. Kidding.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, by the way. Thank you for coming in.
That's okay.
What's the guy named James mentioned?
It's someone that's going by Bong Rip King in the chat. Somebody new, we just don't know. So.
Oh, okay.
Welcome. Yes, thanks for joining us. So, yeah, I hear you, Shirley. I don't, I'm not a Trump fan either, but when he does something like pull the funding for the CIA, supplying weapons to terrorists, well, or stops the TPP, I mean, it's just what it is,
Yeah. I'm telling you, the former administration trying to take him out of that presidency, and that's a disgrace.
Right, and they know that half the country is so upset just by the very fact that Trump is there that they'll jump on anything, little thing.
But Mueller, but the thing about Mueller is everybody in D.C. was happy with him before. I mean, all of the stalwart Republicans were for him. All the Democrats were for him. He was an okay guy. He was straight shooter. So if he's doing something, I'm sure he's dotting his T's and crossing his I's and all that good stuff. Because he's got to, he's going to have to go in front of this Congress with it. And they're going to, Trump's lawyers are going to pick him apart. So, but it is a huge deal if he steps in to get rid of the him, because it's a gigantic move. No matter what happens, it's a gigantic move for the president to step in the middle of something like that. He isn't supposed to get involved with that sort of thing at all. And so it would be way outside the norm.
And then some Republicans are still against them. Just found out today, WikiLeaks put out McMaster. He gave renewed Susan Rice security clearance.
I don't know, unless they have something against her, that, you know, that's the way that works. I don't understand how all these, they all keep their security clearances when they leave. I don't understand how that works. I could see how you could renew it, but I would think that once you walked outside those doors, you shouldn't be, once you're not employed directly by the federal government, I don't see why you need to have any kind of a classification anymore, you know?
Right. Well, he renewed it, and she's supposed to be the one that unmasked some people in the Trump campaign before the election.
Well, I sort of, I mean, there's lots of things I think that she was possibly into. I don't think that she was going, I think that she'd keep her distance from that. I certainly believe there are other people within the administration that might have done that, but she'd keep her distance from that just because it's the AG and they like to keep their, you know, other than meeting Bill Clinton, you know, I mean, they try to keep their shit pretty straight. I think that was paranoia for both of them. They wouldn't meet with anybody but the other one in person, you know, on the ground, you know. So that's my own thinking on that whole meeting, was that one had to be done one-on-one. You know, it was like, it's like if you're gonna, like, you know, if you're gonna hire somebody to kill somebody, you don't talk to 8 people about it. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, you try to keep that down to a minimum number of people that know you're going to hire a contract out on somebody, unless you want to threaten them with that whole idea. And that's a whole nother tactic. But, you know, actually then pulling it off is kind of worse because everybody in town knows who did it, you know? So either way, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, I think there's some compartmentalizing goes on to protect everybody involved as far as their law degrees and everything else, because they care about those things. You know, they just keep it all straight. But I think that one meeting on the tarmac was one of those. If an ex-president and a sitting AG are going to get together, I think that's the only way to go.
Mm-hmm. Hey, has anybody heard if Seymour Hersh, what he had to say about Seth Rich, is that being completely ignored in mainstream media? Has anybody heard?
Yeah, it's being ignored.
The mainstream media has been ignoring Seymour Hersh for years.
Yeah.
Because Seymour Hersh is right about a lot of stuff that they wholeheartedly are involved in pushing every day. You know, the glory of our weapons, see how beautiful they are, or whatever that bullshit is we're sending freaking missiles off of somewhere. You know, I mean, it's Seymour Hersh isn't from that style of journalism.
Mm-hmm.
And it sure says, let's put it this way. I have little doubt in my mind, unless it's somebody that really sounds the same as Seymour Hersh, that isn't Seymour Hersh. I mean, you know. And
the only thing I didn't agree with him in that audio was he said Seth Rich death was a botched robbery.
Well, he makes it really clear that that's just kind of his feeling on it, not that he knows any. You know what I mean? He's like,
yeah,
my thinking is this. You know, that's his opinion. The rest of it was more factual. That was just his take. So I didn't put much weight to that.
And WikiLeaks retweeted it.
Yeah. Yep.
And that is like my biggest sort of, you know, my biggest sort of being able to say, well, somebody's got to prove something for me to believe anything. That's the only thing that, like, is sort of a piece of evidence that if we're sitting on a jury here, I can't get out of my head is that one piece.
Right. Good night, James.
Good night, guys. I gotta go.
Hi, James.
I usually listen for a little bit and kind of watch, and then I gotta get things prepared for the next day. Blah 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 blah.
Thanks,
Ariel. Thank you. I'm eating my.
Oh, good. I'm gonna call you co-host. Thank you for your help.
Anytime.
Okay.
Night, brother from another mother.
You're not my brother from another mother.
That steals your stories.
Good to see you on Snork. Aloha, guys.
Good night. Let's see. Where was that? Yeah, I think that, I mean, isn't that's the piece of the puzzle that if that happens, I mean, and this all falls down, I mean, this will be bigger than Watergate ever, I mean, but it's just every month that ticks by, just keep watching going, how can this still keep going like it is without the truth coming out? I mean,
I've seen WikiLeaks hype things that maybe aren't as hype-tastic as they may think they are.
Right.
But I've never seen them put out false information or allude to false information to sort of make a point.
Right. Very true.
And so, I mean, that's what sticks for me.
Some kind of bug on my floor. I'm gonna get it with the shoe.
Where
kill it.
Where it is.
My dog hates bugs. My dog kills anything he sees. It's like that. And the only thing is, if he sees something buzzing around, he must have been bit by bees a bunch. Like, maybe somebody had him chained out or something. He got bit by bees because he's like really paranoid of them. And one gets in or a fly gets in and he's like freaked out. I'm just enjoying being in the basement because it was still like when I came on here, it was still like 100 degrees here. But I mean, I live in my basement, so it's not like a big deal. It's the coldest place in the house because, you gotta heat the air up to a certain level for the downstairs to be comfortable enough to shut off the thermostat. So the downstairs gets really nice.
I have a funny story. Today was my husband's 50th birthday, and my daughter brought over some gifts and this huge balloon with 50 on it. My cat freaked out on it. My husband's like, you gotta take that balloon upstairs. He would not go in the room. He'd run away. And I said, I don't believe he's scared of that. He always go chew on strings and things. He freaked out over that balloon.
He just said that does not look right.
Yeah. That was funny.
My birds were really, really making me laugh outside today. I've got 2 hummingbirds that come to the feeder pretty much every day, all the time. And often on the hummingbird feeder, there will be like yellow jackets or wasps kind of trying to get at it because the sugar water's in there. And so these hummingbirds, you know how feisty they are. And boy, I mean, they'll just fight with them. Like you'll see a hummingbird and you'll see the wasp and hummingbird will just get at it till it leaves. It's like, and then of course they fight each other. Hummingbirds, they chase each other all over the darn place. Just like they put their wings out and their little beak is like a sword and they're just like, ah, like so angry. Just like, ah, ah.
I got
I started laughing. It was too much.
I didn't see it. My wife did, but I got one at my feeder the other day. So I'm happy. I've got one at least that knows where it is.
Oh boy. I just love how angry they are. I swear the smaller the bird, the more concentrated their grouchiness is.
I had 2 of them that were just buzzing my whatever the hell that thing is. I can't think of what that flower is. It's harder than hell to keep alive, but
Fuchsia?
Yeah,
Yeah,
fuchsia.
they love
I had
it.
a fuchsia that I kept alive all summer.
Wow.
You know, yeah, and it they would fly in, but they would fly in like pairs, and they were perfectly cool with each other.
Wow.
But there was like a zillion flowers there, so they weren't going to fight. They had nothing to fight over.
No, if they may be two males. You know, the two that I've got, they might be two males. It's hard to tell because they're pretty young. So unless, you know, the only hummingbird we get here in Georgia is a ruby throat. So unless they, you know, when they're young, they don't have that color yet. So you don't always know what the sex is until they get older. But they're just funny. Most of the time they're okay with each other, but sometimes it's like they just, I wish Eric was here. They get triggered. Triggered little hummingbirds. Oh, Snork, you're lucky you get goldfinches. I've tried to get goldfinches. I put up one of those Niger seed feeders and the whole freaking thing for a year, and it never, like, I just very occasionally I will see a goldfinch. Snork, you're in Iowa, right? And I think that Iowa is the goldfinch is the state bird there. Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen a goldfinch. I see blue ones, green ones.
They're very tiny and yellow.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Occasionally one will stop by, but I never get the big flocks like you see in some people's videos. I'm like, oh.
You need a lot of dwarf sunflowers. I don't know if they eat them, but they love to sit on them.
Huh. Interesting.
I think they're watching them to see them with the grow. They have smaller seeds.
They love Niger seed. When I went to the Wild Birds Unlimited, and I got the feeder that, you know, has the mesh, because the Niger seeds are very fine, and so they'll go all over the place if you don't have the right feeder. And I put that out. It has the yellow top. They said the yellow helps attract them. And actually, it's funny, under my main bird feeder, I get lots of sunflower growth because the sunflower seeds get down there and they take root, and I end up with sunflowers all around the feeder. But no, they just don't stick. They come by very occasionally, and I'll see one little yellow bird here and there, and it's like, why don't you bring your friends? But they don't. I make up for it in cardinals, though. We've got more cardinals than I can shake a stick at right now. It's wild.
Well, this past winter, we had a wild ice storm. I mean, it hit Portland.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it hit when my son got married, when I was in Philly. It wasn't when he was in Philly. It was his wedding that he had, because he had a quickie wedding when I was in Philly. But anyhow, so when we go to the wedding, it's like all iced in Portland. And I mean, it's like the most snow they've had in years, and it's all packed, and there's ice on top of it. But we were going out the gorge, and there was like 15 or 18, I can't remember, because I kept counting them, bald eagles up on the tops of the trees, in like this, like half a storm. It wasn't really storming, but it's never real nice. And they were all in the trees, and all I could figure is it must have been the salmon run. You know, the salmon were still running, or something was happening.
Yeah. Oh, that must have been such a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, but it was like rugged looking. I mean, it was pure, you know, like I would figure they'd be nested in, but they were out looking for food, I guess, you know.
A couple weeks
Well,
ago.
the other day here in Philly, we had a thunderstorm. Big winds came and everything. The sun was still outside. We had thunder and lightning with the sun still out. I'm like, wow, I never saw nothing like this before.
Yeah, we've had that down here. It's bizarre weather. It's not normal.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. They're going to have a couple days of over 100 in Portland and Seattle, which is like just unheard of.
Yeah, right. It's the climate. It's the freaking jet stream is so messed up that, you know, we're getting just apocalypse weather, you know, just bizarre weather patterns.
Well, we'll be for the rest of the week. I think I looked, and so we'll be a good 5 days at over 100 in a row. You know, in like the 103, 105 range. You know,
It never even got that hot when I lived in Oregon, but I noticed that the longer I was there, it seemed like it started to get hotter and hotter each summer.
well, I mean, it is freaky for like Portland, but I'm in Eastern Washington, so it's more desert. You know.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I can imagine what Nevada feels like.
Or well,
We're heading north soon, but it's not. Yeah, it's not cooler up there like it used to be. I was looking at the map, going, "Oh God, why am I doing this again?" Because the drive is just, I don't know. It's too long.
Up to Michigan.
Well, so my younger daughter's at camp in northern Pennsylvania because that's where Abby was working, my older daughter. So we're going to go pick her up and then come up, Forsaken, if you're still on here. We're coming up like through Niagara Falls because we haven't been there in a long time. And I haven't gotten my proof of Canadian citizenship yet, so I'm kind of worried about crossing the border. But anyway, I'm hoping we can go across that way over, but it's another 7 hours. So like to get from Niagara Falls to Traverse City is like 7 hours.
Oh,
why am I doing this again?
Wow.
We already made the plans. We usually always will go to Michigan in August. We just usually don't do it like that. So it's going to be a long, long way. And then coming back down through from Traverse City all the way back down to North Carolina, which is like 14 hours. So it goes down through Columbus, Ohio, down through Charleston. So Steve, I might see you. But yeah, I was adding up all the miles, going, I'm nuts. Why am I doing this?
You have a wood paneled station wagon?
No, that's the thing. So we have like a 10-year-old Honda Odyssey, which I love, but it's got like 135,000 miles on it.
Oh, you're good to go.
I hope so. But we really need to take the van because of the just space, you know, picking up all the stuff from camp, sleeping bags and everything. But yeah, I hope it's good for all that mileage. But yeah,
really how it looks, I mean, the newer cars seem to be shittier and shittier.
That's
because
true.
I mean, we've had 292 Buicks and both of them had over 1 million miles on the motor, and when we got rid of them, the motor and transmission still worked just fine.
Yeah,
I mean, you can definitely tell quality difference in the newer cars.
Isn't that true with like everything? I mean, we have this air conditioner is like 20, gosh, I don't know, 25 years old and it's still going. I mean, it's kind of on its last legs, but I'm like,
Just in my lifetime, I've noticed the drop in quality of stuff. It's just getting
it's like
cheaper and cheaper and just crappier and crappier, and it breaks easier and easier.
Yeah, it's like you buy a dishwasher, plan on replacing it in 5 years. It's disposable. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
The worst for me is
buy wood furniture.
worst for me is toilet seat bolts. Almost all of them are made in China right now, and they're cut with talc, basically ground gypsum, and it ruins the strength of plastics. So your toilet bolts are meant to only last a year or two.
Huh.
And then your seat falls off.
Place that bolt with gold or something.
Yeah, when you break if you bend a bolt, these Chinese toilet bolts, they actually sound like you're breaking chalk.
Oh my God.
I haven't tried riding with one, but I'll do that next.
I mean, I love antiques, and that's some of that stuff that's still sturdy, still, you know, together.
Mhm.
And you buy something now, it's like my mom's living room set is that I have in storage right now, and I love it. Is an antique, really.
I know when you're looking for older furniture and stuff like that, you tend to you get into the habit of learning how to refurbish things.
No, well, now they just fall apart. If you can find wood furniture at all, it's really cheap, cheesy wood, or you're going to pay a fortune.
Mm-hmm.
Everything they particle board and
right.
No, I'm saying the old stuff's good, but sometimes, I mean, I found crap in like tables that were made out of like log tables, all handmade, and they just let them sit out in the rain for years, and then you come to them, and I mean, they're still in good shape, surprisingly, but you have to kind of clean them too, or you hit them with a belt sander or a sandblaster for a while and clean the damn things up, and then restain them, and just like kind of make them new again. Because a lot of that older shit, I mean, you can, if it's built right and they do the right treatment to coat it and all that, it can last for a really, really long time, surprisingly.
Well, even like cheap appliances, like not big stuff like dishwashers. I mean, like I had this food processor. It was like the cheapest brand I think you can buy, that Hamilton Beach from Walmart, and it lasted from the early 90s until just this past year. You buy another one and you're going to throw it out in a couple of years. Nothing lasts. I don't know.
No, I have an old blender. It's probably almost, it's probably like 30 years old or something that my mom gave me or more, and it's still working. But I bought a mini blender, a few years ago from Cuisinart, and the thing died after like 3 uses.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we inherited a 1970s electric stove. I was thinking we were going to just go ahead and get a gas stove because, if we were going to have to put in a stove anyhow, I wanted to go ahead and put in a gas one just because I like to cook on gas. Not that I cook that much anymore, but when I do, that's nice. But this thing, man, it's old enough that it actually heats things up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it may still have the UL stamp and everything on it from back then, but it's a little hotter than your average oven or your average stove top for sure.
Well, if we could get back to making some of this stuff, I think in this country,
well, I mean, a lot of that
too.
A lot of that stuff too has got a bunch of electronic gewgaws on it that make it harder to just take and do the work yourself.
Exactly. Well, cars. I mean, I don't know how many times old newer car we take to the mechanic and they're like, well, it has to be hooked up to the computer and we don't have that. You have to take it to the dealership. And it's like, what?
Well, it depends on what you spend on an appliance. I mean, because some appliances, it's worth sending off and getting a part, putting it in, taking something apart and fixing it, and sometimes it isn't. I'll fix most of like a lot of stuff if I can, because it's just I mean, it's easier, cheaper than that, if you know how to if you can find all the order numbers you need. And you can usually do that like at there's online appliance like parts places that you can get parts for anything. And they'll deliver it to your house. And,
I hate that. Whatever happened to the motto, build it once and build it right?
Well, I mean, the things I'm fixing,
it saves so much time, material, waste, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the things I'm fixing, they're already old. I mean, so when I'm fixing them,
oh yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, if you already have the item, you might as well fix it as much as you can within reason.
Well, like that stove upstairs, there isn't a part on it that I couldn't probably order from somewhere, and get the part
Parts Plus
in 2 days. I mean, and it's like costs nothing to buy the parts.
Well, most things that have a cycle by how often they want you to replace it. For cars, the goal is 7 years for a part. Same thing as smoke detectors, some safety items like that. Some items are only meant to last 2 years that aren't safety related. Some parts in a car are meant to last 15, like for an airbag or a seat belt. But for the most part, if we were to make a suggestion to thicken something to make it more durable, we had to go for a review board to see that it wouldn't overly extend the life of the part, because the car parts are calculated that a certain percentage of them will need to be purchased.
Did you just say overly extend the life of a part?
Yeah.
Oh God. How is that a bad thing?
Well, the theory is that most people don't keep a car more than 10 years. And
that's bullshit. That theory is crap.
I don't make this. But, there is a period of time where you create an object and it becomes your own competition for the next sale. And a lot of companies use that philosophy, that they want that part when it's time for them to need a new sale from you to make sure that they will have a new sale.
So planned obsolescence, basically.
Yeah, it's a really tight balance between over 3/4 of people that have a vehicle in warranty will go ahead and outright purchase a new part anyway. So you've got a balance of how many people would actually use a warranty versus let it fail, versus how often the car just doesn't make it through crash or theft or whatever. But the number of vehicles that actually get a warranty repair is very low.
Crazy. And they're always.
I always knew the warranty was useless.
No, the warranty is actually pretty good. It's just most people don't use it.
Well, that's why they're always pushing selling those. Whether
You'll see a lot of vehicles have a 10-year warranty on per 100,000 miles on parts of the car, and they will honor that to the mile.
What are you driving?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a Chevy Cobalt.
What year?
2009.
You work on it?
I did not work on that one.
What's gone wrong with it? Nothing?
I've had nothing go wrong with it. Except hail. It has hail damage.
I'm lucky. We buy cars. We can
How
buy
many
cars.
miles?
I have 80,000 on mine.
Well, that's barely anything.
Mm-hmm. Also, the newer cars, when there's a problem, it tends to be more severe because the cars these days actually compensate for most of the problems that you used to have to go in every year and have your car tuned up for. Now they compensate until they're completely out of whack. So when they have to go in, you might need a timing belt. You might need a whole bunch of items changed because your car has been figuring out how to limp along to make you go at least 75,000 miles without you seeing any need for them to intervene.
That's that computerized stuff in the vehicles.
Yeah. I had a 64 Oldsmobile where I changed the points on it twice a year. Yeah, I think Carpenter must have done the same.
Well, no, I never turned a wrench, man. I would nail the nails. Like my two brothers were mechanics, so I never turned a wrench. I was the one if something had to be fixed, I'd figure out how to do that. But
yeah, you're supposed to never turn a wrench. That's what the air compressor's for.
Well, that's what the mechanic's for, man. I pay somebody to let them do it because, it's worse. Trust me, I get burned worse me working on something than I do by somebody else. Like my only thing I work on was was that damned Metro I had. I put brakes on it. That was, that was the first brake job I ever did. No problem. But, it was one of those things where I just did it by the book, and that was good enough. So I couldn't do it again. But, I guess I don't have I'm not mechanical that way, except for like little things like those, you know, appliances and stuff are pretty straightforward unless it's who got out.
We pretty much did our own maintenance on our cars, and we had a diesel car, so every 3 months I changed the oil in it. I had a 64 Oldsmobile. This was back in the 70s, and that needed a lot of care. And I would care for all 5 of our vehicles and all the neighbors' vehicles and everything. Just constantly doing it.
Did any of you hear about this company? I forgot the name of it, but they offering for their employees, the volunteers, they could put a chip in them.
Yeah,
I heard that. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is and it isn't. Depends on the firm. If you have a really high security firm, I just think there might be a less intrusive way. Well, I know there's a less intrusive way, but I personally, I really hate the thought. But I could foresee, I often wonder if we should be chipping every kid with kidnappings. I mean, especially how many kidnappings there was in my school, in the town I was from.
Really?
During the 70s, the pedophile rings used Iowa as a farm ground.
Ah.
Wow.
I mean, most of the cases you see with things that are for handling kidnappings originated out of Iowa. Remember Johnny Gosh?
Oh, you were talking about wait, who was it that
Gacy. Gacy ran the Kentucky Fried Chicken beside my house, or about 2 blocks from my house.
Jeez. Wow.
But they would go out to Iowa where they thought they could get away with it, become scoutmasters.
Oh. Crazy. Huh. Yeah, like I said earlier when we were talking about, somehow got on this subject, but I think it's just there wasn't as much media coverage and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They just didn't know it. They assumed they were runaways.
Mm.
They didn't start counting bodies until the 80s.
Yikes. Ugh.
And there's still a lot of young people missing in Washington, D.C., too, that's not being reported.
Yeah, but I really think that kids go to high school, their identity should be verified. Kids shouldn't be able to forget their lunches. Hey, you're taken care of. we know you haven't eaten. Get over here and eat. I think we should not be a society that says you can't eat. We can't have any proof that you paid for it. No, it should be. This kid here needs food. Let's get him fed. And you know, if a kid hops onto a bus, it should be immediate. Oh, that kid's authorized to ride a school bus. Go. But it would really reduce the thing of kidnapping and even sex trafficking, whatever, if we had the kids chipped. If you've got a kid that's not chipped, you're pretty much going to be suspecting that kid's been brought in from outside, possibly trafficked.
Did you say chipped?
I mean, like they do with pets.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
I know it is, but that's how bad I think it is. There is one other method, but it's patented still in process, and I think it would be difficult to do across the whole population.
I just think it could be, I don't know, there are other concerns with something like that. I mean,
my concern is obsolescence. I don't like intrusive things in bodies. You know, if it gets obsolete, I don't want to see 25 of them in somebody. I don't like to see scar tissue build up around something like that.
well, you think of something like the J.C. Dugard case, for example, which, that just, you know, just taken from our bus stop. That's crazy. Like, yeah, if they could have found it.
Again, she went into a grocery store and she had the chip, they would have known it. Right? She was eventually taken out in public, but it was that's the one where it took a while for them to actually get to her to get her away from the guy.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of other issues with doing that, I think, you know. I don't know. That's an interesting topic.
It is. It's a tough topic to talk about, but so far we've never done anything to address it.
So the town you were from, that you grew up in, that's in Iowa too?
Yeah. And Iowa was, once I got out, I mean, that a couple of paper boys got. Then they suddenly started saying, well, this paper boy had been missing. This paper boy had been missing, you know. So
my grandmother had a book. It was called the Survival Book, and it used to scare me. And it was back like in the 1970s. I don't even remember who the author was, and she loaned it out. And she never loans out anything, and she's sorry she did. But they predicted the computer generation and us getting something on our, like right below our wrist, like those codes, the codes and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's like it's coming to fruition.
Well, we already have some level of biometrics on us. So the case of are we being tracked or not? Yes, we are. So if we're being tracked, why not let us be tracked in a way that's useful and protective of us instead of putting us in danger?
But
and invasion of privacy.
The CIA involved.
You know, if you're worried about that, you've missed the boat.
That's kind of my take on things. Like I was, you know, I didn't do Facebook.
My take on the whole invasion of privacy thing is that it's illegal to begin with, and they continue doing it, and it's still illegal.
Yeah.
It was never legal to begin with.
My point is that there's no way it's not being done.
Right.
So let's do something that protects the kids and go ahead and just, you know, start protecting the kids.
You could put apps on their phones or something like that.
No.
Yeah, how about just at bus guards and anything related to school, you have an armed guard sit outside. And they have a body cam on them 24/7. And then there's another cam with a backup power supply to watch them.
Yeah. Well, the NFC can be detected from up to 30 feet, which would mean that if someone's missing, even a meter reader could find that kids are missing.
Now, there's an interesting topic. It's kind of late, but yeah, the whole like security at schools. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I do know that for a time, 75,000 school buses data was kept in Mexico City. U.S. school children's data was kept in Mexico City, where extremely influenced by mob. And, you know, if somebody wanted to kidnap kids, they basically had a catalog of every, or a large portion of all the kids in the United States schools. And I thought that was very bad. So the amount of data we have, I felt was very poorly protected because of the privatization of school data tracking.
Yet another thing our schools are doing wrong, I guess.
Well, how do you know? You know, if somebody says they want an 18-year-old girl that's blonde, you can pair that data with data pulled off of websites to find out what kind of clothes or whatever they buy, to get a profile on the. You can check the Facebook, say, okay, what's this person look like, and create a catalog and sell someone. Arrange for, you know, a small fee to go out and pick them up at a bus stop. And I don't think that we should have these security flaws.
So wait, how old were you when all that was going on?
I was between 8 to 10, 8 to 12. I was already in college when they started discovering the boy or the paper boys getting kidnapped. But the kids that were, when I was in grade school, they would have these assemblies trying to talk us into stop running away because the kids were disappearing.
Oh my gosh. Well, it makes me think of that. There's a movie, what is it? The Lovely Bones or something like that, that I got into watching.
Oh, that was good.
It was good, but it was really kind of disturbing, huh? I mean, as a mom, that was hard to watch.
Very heavy movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it did make me think of how, back then, those days, we just kind of ran around, unsupervised, pretty young.
That's why I think it hasn't increased. We just know more of it.
Yeah, right.
Well, we ran around, but we always ran around in a gang, and like half of us were armed all the time. So, I mean, that was the other thing. So,
oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. The kids that I know, it's like they all carried knives and shit and had steel toes. So, yeah.
Most of them wouldn't have been.
Huh?
Most of them wouldn't have been the targets anyway.
I'll tell a funny.
Yeah, but they're all in groups. Good luck finding somebody alone, especially you're going to use as a target. At least in any circumstance I've seen in this area.
And again,
I mean, you probably end up getting stabbed to death.
Times have changed.
Not all kids would have fit into.
I'm not that old. That was just a few years back,
That's
like between 5 and 7.
Life,
well, a little more than that.
Especially here in the inner city.
Life in the 60s is a lot different from now.
Mm-hmm. I had a friend that would say, well, if anybody wants to steal my son, because he was kind of hell on wheels, it's like they'll get about a mile down the road and turn around and bring him back.
Like the story about Red Chief, the kidnapping of Red Chief.
That's a joke. I know it's not really funny.
I just remember that old Lifetime movie they did. I know my name is Steven. And that was a true story.
Have any of you seen that movie called Lion with Dev Patel? It was not released very long ago. Netflix just put it on there, and it was really good. It was a true story about this kid in India, and he was 5 years old, living in kind of the middle of nowhere, very much out in the country. And his father had left the mother, and so she was just, working all kinds of odd, hard labor jobs just to keep them together. And so his older brother, had some work, and he was going to take the train out, for this night labor, and the kid just wouldn't leave him alone, wanting to go with him. So he finally relented and took him along with him. And the kid, he fell asleep on the train, and so they got off, and the older brother said, I'll be right back. I'll come get you. And so the kid kind of drifts off to sleep, and, he wakes up and his brother's gone. Unbeknownst to him, his brother had died. He had gotten in an accident. He had fallen in front of one of the trains and got run over.
Yeah, I saw the preview for that.
He had no idea that happened. And so he got lost. He got on that train, and it took him almost 1,000 miles from where he lived. And 5 years old, he really didn't know, much of how to tell people to get him back where he was, and couldn't pronounce the name of his town right and all this stuff. So he ended up bouncing from place to place and ended up in a foster home, and an Australian couple ended up adopting him. And probably, they were very kind. They were actually really decent people. They had decided that they would rather, adopt a child than have their own, because they wanted to really help somebody that needed it. And, but time goes by, and he really starts wondering, where did I come from? And he has all these residual memories, and he finally gets back, and it was really well done. It was really great. I definitely recommend watching it. But what they say at the end, they had all the, and they show the real people at the end, which is really always cool to see, the actual family, and seeing him finally get to see his mother again. It's just like, oh my God. Oh, it's too much. And but they said over 80,000 children go missing every year in India.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, I know you have at least one daughter, you mentioned. Were you very, you must not have let your kids run around much, having grown up in that, with that happening, huh?
No, I didn't let them join Scouts either.
Oh. Yeah, I'm funny about that with my 12-year-old here in the neighborhood, and it's just a suburban neighborhood, but I'm always thinking, anybody can drive in here, and I just rather her be with someone else. I don't like her to go off by herself. Like there's a creek and a trail back here, and down at the end of the cul-de-sac, and I've let her go, with another friend, but never by herself. I don't know. Try
Yeah,
to find
because
that
you're
balance.
not safe. You're not safe anywhere. The suburbs. Look at the
No.
stars. They got people breaking into their homes, stealing stuff.
Yeah, but you
Stalking.
gotta find that balance between being, I think if you're too,
I don't know. The armed homeowners and kids armed with knives and know that when people fuck with them, not to take it. That seems to work reasonable,
And
at least in this area.
I don't know, my 12-year-old daughter isn't armed.
Oh, we used to have like breaking entries, like along like the main highway strip. We used to get some of those, but yeah, not so much anymore. More people have guns. They don't like to take the risk of breaking in, especially to get shot.
Yeah, one of my friends posted recently on Facebook. A friend of theirs was broken into out in one of the suburbs here, and while they were sleeping, they didn't realize till they woke up, and the guy was captured on their security cam. Came right into their room and everything.
Ah. Right.
Did the person not lock their doors?
Well, they didn't lock their inner door. They which I thought was kind of stupid. They just put their screen door was locked, and they had their inner door was open.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
normally if somebody boots in a door or something, you're gonna hear it.
But I guess there were a couple other reported things in the area too that might or might not be the same guy. But I wouldn't leave my doors unlocked at night anywhere,
But they say people that live in the suburbs, they get too comfortable because they think everything happens in the city.
Right.
And they leave their car doors unlocked. Because one county up here was trying to make a law where they can fine the people that were leaving their car doors unlocked. Because that takes away police time to focus on other things.
Like harassing people and stealing from them.
Right. But they didn't pass the bill. But yeah, because my sister did it. Because I'm like, when she was leaving, I'm like, girl, damn well you grew up in the city of Philadelphia. The cars are locked, doors, the house doors and windows are locked. And we have the front porch light on. And she did it. I'm like, I just know how you live it. And she have her window all open and exposed. I'm like, I can't live like this.
I've never understood people who leave their doors unlocked or leave ground floor windows open while they're sleeping. Maybe upstairs with a screen, but not downstairs.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, maybe doors unlocked if you're like right in the house or you're right in the yard and you're going back and forth and shit like that.
Yeah,
but
if you're
just
awake.
lock your doors. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you're awake,
you
and
got locks for a reason.
But when you sleep, I mean, lock up when you sleep at least.
Yeah.
We got 3 little dogs, and they pretty much nothing comes in or out without being barked at.
Until one of your friends comes over that wants to fuck you over with some peanut butter or something and throws it on the floor, and they all
but the thing is, it's like that's you still got 2 other dogs. They're not all that friendly about that kind of stuff. Even a friend, they ain't that friendly, And Mo just sleeps right at my head, so it's like, he's really paranoid.
Well, in my house,
some dogs are really creepy. They hear any noise, they'll freak out.
In my house, we have cameras and we're licensed to carry. So
that's one way to deal with it.
I don't like guns at all.
Yeah, I hear you, but
I'll tell you guys a little story. I had an Aunt Marion that lived in Flint, and she passed away when she was about 78. But her whole entire life, whenever she drove around, she had a Cadillac and she had a fucking pistol under her seat. And she had people come up to the car and try to steal from her, and it never worked out for them. She never had to shoot anybody, but she never had anybody fuck with her.
My grandmother was like that. She would carry it. She didn't drive. She carried it in her pocketbook.
Wow.
I had an uncle that not only carried a gun in the car, he carried one for every passenger.
Oh my God.
How courteous of him.
And he was concerned that I probably wasn't a good enough shot. He put a flare gun in the car. He said, just wait till they get close and hit them with this. It'll be just as good.
Yeah, I guess. It's kind of hard to miss with the flare gun. It's not as easy to miss.
But yeah, don't leave doors unlocked. I don't know. Do you guys happen to remember? I think it was 2007? Maybe it wasn't quite that long ago, but the UNC like student body president was shot and killed. She was it was really sad. I mean, young girl, I think she was a junior or something, but she lived in an on-campus apartment. I know right where it is. I mean, it is right in the heart of UNC Chapel Hill. And I think it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and she lived with a couple of roommates, and a couple of them went out, and she was sitting there studying, but had her door unlocked. And they drove her off to the ATM to get money out of her account and shot and killed her. So, you just never know. I mean, this is an area everybody thinks, so it's safe. Oh, actually, that's not the only one. After that, maybe 4 years ago, we had another incident where in the middle of the day, like lunchtime, only a couple blocks over from the main road of downtown Chapel Hill, a professor was mugged and at gunpoint and shot and killed. So yeah, you never know. I mean, I think here is considered not a lot of crime, but I mean, it's a college campus, so there are all kinds of people coming and going. So.
And now you have to worry about drive-by haggissing.
Drive-by what?
Haggissing.
What, do they throw stomachs out the window?
No. When her daughter gets over to Scotland, they're going to be everybody's going to be trying to force feed her the most disgusting Scottish food.
Oh, God. That kind of sucked.
Oh, you've got to try this.
No, I don't think she'll eat that.
Hey guys, I gotta go now.
Yeah, it is 3 a.m. I think I'm starting to fade myself a little bit.
Night, enjoy talking to you guys.
Yeah, good to talk to you. Good night.
Night, Shirley.
Night, Shirley.
Good night.
I think I better go back to bed.
I'm sorry. I was turning myself on.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna drift off myself because
Snark, you still here?
I got
a question for you.
Everything I need to go to sleep quite pleasantly. So
if you had I'll just wait until you're all night. Snark, I got a question for you on recycling. How complete could you make it if, let's say we did all the solar stuff and the wind stuff and hydro and electrical storage and things like that, and we had our power grid all set to where we had enough power to do whatever we needed. All right, we basically had an excess and we didn't have to worry about where it's coming from. Okay, that's the situation you're in. How complete can you get recycling? How perfect and clean can you get it?
I think you should be able to get at least 90% raw. But I would do some other tricks. Nobody says we have to blame her. We're going to have, pretty soon, even if we start using sewage for fuel, we're going to have more sewage than we need. We're always swimming in it. So,
yeah, and landfills keep getting bigger.
I think that's okay.
What, the landfills?
My wife always said, get it back in the ground. Get it back in the ground. Get it back in the ground.
Yeah, but that's back in the ground with metal and glass and all the stuff that we could use.
Yeah, everything we should use shouldn't go in the ground. But
yeah, that's my main problem with them. Like, if only biological stuff got put in there, my whole problem with them would be fine. But that's not what goes in there.
Yeah, biological shouldn't go in there. Basically, what we should be doing is converting all available sewage to limestone or calcium carbonate. So any sewage we don't need to use for fuel, make it into calcium carbonate. There's no reason we should be mining for calcium carbonate. It's easy enough to make, and it's basically stored energy. We can also further convert it with sunlight. Basically, heat it up to can't remember what temperature it is, but
to convert it backwards so you can use it as a medium for heat.
Well, you can
store energy. The stuff that we were talking about before for the rebreathers, right?
Yeah, right.
That stuff, the temp for that's 1,300 right in there.
Which isn't that hot for sunlight.
Not particularly. That can be done with solar kiln, things like that.
It can be used to store an awful lot of it, power for a very long, stable time. So, first of all, I mean, the eutrophication of the Gulf, that's where algae creates oil in the Mississippi River, Missouri River, Ohio rivers. It goes down to the Gulf and kills half the Gulf each year. It's equivalent of several major oil spills. And it's unnecessary. And we could use that same amount of oil to fight global warming and cut down the carbon dioxide amount in the atmosphere drastically. And it's probably the biggest way for us to store carbon dioxide.
Yeah, but to use that, you have to re-release it every time, right?
That's true. You're releasing the same amount you made, so it's a way. So
it's just a energy storage medium.
Right, and then in the meantime, if you want to cook some off and use it for plants, so what you do cook off, you don't just give to the atmosphere. You cycle and use it in a more
use it for greenhouses for concentrated CO2 or something like that.
Yeah, use it to where it's not going to be going back to the atmosphere. That's
so some way to carbon sink it and trap it. So that's not bad.
A lot of what you'd think of that does not need to be landfilled could actually be plasma separated. So the plastics that are partially degenerate don't have to sit there as a goo. They can go through a plasma field and they go back to carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen.
Yeah, because you're ionizing them, right? Breaking the stuff apart.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same way if you wanted to make acid from the atmosphere and water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
All right, guys. I hate to be the party pooper, but
let's go.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that question. Snork had a good background.
Oh yeah, he does. I'm glad you're feeling better, Snork.
Yeah, it's just slow.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I was like, where? Anybody heard from him? Just making sure you weren't back asleep for 36 hours or something.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, we'll see everyone tomorrow night, I guess. Then.
All right. Night, everyone.
Okay. Good night.
Night.
Good night.